few.
Sorry. Maybe we should start again. That's a full start. So we'll do a restart. So greetings and welcome everyone. I'm Auntie Jean, for those who don't know. I run the African Culture Market, and I'm hosting, but I won't be controlling. Sister Kasheni will be controlling this event called Are Your Loved Ones Crossed Over? And Sister Kasheni, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Jean. So this is Sunday and a nice day in London, and it's time to talk about our loved ones that have passed, that have transitioned, that are no longer with us, and understand a little bit more about what's going on. And the ancestors are really calling us to deal with the issues in that area. So welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
So you will see me looking to the side. That's because my screen is on my left, but my camera is right in front of you. So you'll excuse me, I'm not looking away from you. I'm just looking at you this way. Would people like to introduce themselves? You can either
unmute and introduce yourselves. You can all unmute and then introduce yourselves. I'll start calling out names if you're not going to unmute. Okay. All right. All right.
Hi, my name's...
Go ahead, Gabrielle.
Just to say that I've done a couple of Kasheni's presentations, not online presentations, but I've attended some of your stuff before, Kasheni, with my sister, Patricia.
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, when I saw this come up, I said, it's not something I know a lot about. So it's really just for me to find out and see what it's all about. Yeah, just taking some new knowledge.
Great, nice that you're present. Give thanks.
Thank you.
The next one, Emma. I know you just come in, but we're doing introductions. So would you like to introduce yourself?
Unmute. Yes.
Yes, lovely. Great to see you.
Greetings, everyone.
Hi there. Hi there.
Hi. My name is Amma Gay. What else can I say? I'm interested in all things spiritual, ancestral, cultural, African, women, feminine, and anything that can guide us on our paths to doing the right for ourselves and our loved ones.
Ashe.
Ashe. And who's next? We have Arthur.
Hi.
Hi.
Pleased to meet you all. What can I say? My name's Arthur Tomlinson. Again, curious. It's not a subject that I've ever heard of before. So I just thought to myself, oh, that sounds a bit interesting. Let's see what this is about. So yeah, that's why I'm here today.
Thank
Very
you.
good. I hope you get some good takeaways.
Thank you.
Spiritual takeaway.
Thank you.
We've got somebody called, is it AP?
Greetings. Sorry, it's Pedro. That's it's just.
Oh, hi, Pedro.
Hi, greetings, Kasheni. How are you? How's
I'm
everyone?
good, thank you. And you? It's good that you're here.
Good to be here. I've been to a lot of Kasheni's events, but also the subject matter is something that I've always been interested in learning more or about. That's basically why, one of the reasons why I wanted to participate in the event. But yeah, thank you. I'll leave my line.
Great.
You're welcome. Lorna Bryan, or Lorna, I should do the surname, sorry, Lorna. You'd like to introduce yourself? Unmute yourself.
Hi.
You're very faint.
Okay, I'll remind Jean that are you waiting?
No, it's just that it's telling me that I can't do it through the browser, that they want me to download Zoom. Now, why? Because I was doing the thing yesterday with
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Greetings, family. I have joined this meeting because I'm actually going through a 40-day ritual right now to commemorate my mother's passing. She passed 40 years ago, and it just felt appropriate to me to do something to maintain that connection. I'm very interested in what I need to learn about this sort of thing, because I gather that you can even help your loved ones to cross over properly, whatever that means.
Yes.
I don't know. So I'm hoping to gain a lot from this meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lorna. Or should I say Mama Ya?
Lorna sounds so weird coming from you.
It does, doesn't it? Okay. All right. Bernice? You like to unmute yourself? Bernice?
Hello, greetings everyone, greeting to the African family.
Greetings.
I just came in, so I'm not quite sure what you were talking about.
We're just introducing ourselves at the moment.
Okay, I'm in education, so I do a lot in education. I also write, I'm an author as well. So I've just finished my second book, it's on spirituality. So yeah, that's a bit about myself.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Isasha, have I pronounced that correctly? Forgive me if I pronounced it wrongly.
No, you haven't. Greetings, sister. Greetings.
Greetings.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I am Isasha. Been on this journey, I always would say, concerning ancestral development, I would say, from since I was 2, since my father transitioned. That propelled me on a long journey. You know, so I'm here today to learn a little bit more.
Thank you. You broke up a little bit then.
Some experiences. Hello?
Sorry, you broke up a little bit then, so I missed what you said. Can you hear me?
No, I said, yeah, I can hear you. I don't know, is it my internet or?
Yeah, I don't know. Could you just repeat what you said, because we missed the bit at the end what you said, what you were saying.
Okay, and no, all I was saying, I've been on this journey, I would say, since I was 2.
Okay.
Since my father transitioned.
Right.
And that propelled me to a long journey of understanding that side more than what was happening. And it has kept me on the journey. Got into it really deeply about 3 years ago, and since it's just been unraveling itself. So you know how things, what don't meet here, what ain't meet here, don't pass here. We say in Trinidad, meaning that what is for you, your journey, you will see it. You know, everybody has their purpose. So for me, this is brilliant.
Thank you.
We need to have these conversations, you know, we need to have these conversations. So
most definitely, most definitely.
I'm here to learn and to listen, because I know everybody has something to teach me.
We each one teach one, as they say.
You know,
okay.
Everybody has something to teach me. So that's me.
Thank you. Thank you. Naomi?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, greetings everybody. I'm Naomi. I'm very new to this, so please forgive me. I'm just very new and I'm just trying to learn something about what the ancestors are about. I've done a little bit of work with the ancestors many years, a few years ago, but I haven't got very far. Recently, I've done some work with Sister Kashini.
Yes.
In the Passover of 3 friends. And so basically she asked me to join the meeting today. That is basically to listen and define need to, she'll ask me if she wants me to make any contribution, then she'll ask me later on.
Okay.
But this is just me, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who have we got next? Naya? Or Naya? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thanks, Roger.
Naya? Okay, I'll go to Roy then. Roy, would you like to introduce yourself?
I've hijacked Roy's.
Oh, so okay. Okay, hi Dawn.
Hi, and good afternoon to the family. I'm thrilled to be here. You must excuse me though if I'm looking down because I'm assisting other people to log in.
Oh, wonderful.
So I'm in the house, but thrilled to bits again.
Wonderful. Good to see you. Good to see you. Who have I got? Sandy, would you like to unmute and introduce yourself? I don't think you can. Sorry, there's no mic there. Naya or Naya, would you like to unmute and introduce yourself?
Hello, greetings,
hi.
family.
Oh, hi, how you doing? Long time no see.
It has been a while, hasn't it? I've
had
a lot of but you know, keeping on pushing through as we do.
Beautiful.
But how are you, by the way?
I'm good. And I still see you wearing your purple. Yay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But just to introduce myself, everyone, my name is Naya. I've been sort of following my spiritual journey for the past few years. I mean, properly in terms of African spirituality. Prior to that, I've always been sort of spiritually curious. I sort of was raised in Christianity. I jumped out of that by the age of like 10 years old, started looking into other religions and things like that. And then my journey eventually sort of brought me to this place. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else to say before I start rambling. So, hey.
Welcome. Yes, thank you. Good to see you.
You too. And thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Sister J Africa, would you like to introduce yourself? Unmute and introduce yourself. Sister J Africa.
Or maybe she's doing something and it's on.
Probably. Okay,
Yeah.
so I move on to Sarah. You'd like to unmute and introduce yourself, Sarah? No?
Oops, yep, sorry, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Sarah. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. Greetings, Auntie Jean and all. Sorry, I missed the very beginning. So is it just a brief introduction?
Well, it's just, yeah, everybody's just introducing themselves. So we haven't started anything just yet.
Okay, well, I'm Sarah. I'm here.
Okay.
Welcome.
We're here to learn.
Yes, absolutely. Open and willing to learn.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks.
And thanks for joining us. Is there anybody I've left out?
We had a message from Sister J Africa. She's got no mic and no camera, so
okay,
she's a computer, a bit like my one has
all
been.
Right.
But she's there. She sent a chat. So
okay, brilliant. Brilliant.
And I think Sandy is trying to get in, connecting to audio.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
And I think she might be in now.
Nunu Queenie.
Greetings, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, lovely.
Welcome.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Nunu Queenie. Wow, this is, for me, this is really exciting. It's just a really wonderful opportunity to finally have, you know, an open public conversation with the community about ancestral healing and, yeah, the crossing over and all things pertaining to the vigil work and moving beyond and the continuum with African people. Wonderful. And thank you to you, Auntie Jean. I've never met you before. I don't think I've ever seen your face before, actually, which doesn't make sense. But I've heard, I've seen your name. I've seen your name bandied around for years. I moved away from London, so so it's really nice to put a. I don't expect you to look so young. You look like a little girl.
I wish I was a little girl, but no, I don't. No, I don't actually.
You don't look like a big
again. No.
But yeah, so lovely to meet you, and Kasheni, lovely to see you again, looking 10 years younger than the last time I saw you 20 years ago.
More. I like that.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you for allowing me to come and join.
It's great that you're joining us. I look forward to your contribution, which I know is going to come in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think there is.
I think it's just Sandy. If Sandy wants to unmute.
She's done now. Yeah. So Sandy, would you like to unmute now that you've connected, and introduce yourself?
Oh, I am here. Here we go. Hi everyone.
How you doing?
I made it. Technical issues. So I had to re-download the app. But I'm so pleased to be here. I'm so pleased to see everyone. Faces I know and faces I don't. But this is very great to take on this discussion today. So I'm looking forward. I'm very much looking forward. So,
excellent.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Sister Kasheni, over to you.
Thank you so much. So, this is how we are going to start today. First of all, we're just going to hold our Ori, which is our head, and we want to. And if you can't see me, then you're holding your third eye area.
Disappearing.
And the back of your head where the skull meets the neck. And that area at the back is actually Eshu, interestingly enough. But that's another conversation. Now, just a little bit of housekeeping. I'm looking at you like this because you are there, but my camera is here. So I must remember to look at the camera. So we're just going to hold our heads and ask our Ori to support us to get the knowledge that we want from this session and the sharing and the community and the discussion and the best that we can from it. Okay, and just take a deep breath. And just hold for just a couple of seconds. And that's great. Thank you. Just relax. Now, we're going to start with a 1-minute silence. By this time yesterday, 2 people in our community passed. One was a sister called Sonia, who's based in Birmingham, and her partner was Moto, and together they had a skincare range called Ooh, and the sister passed yesterday morning. And we're in the presence with Jean, and yesterday morning, her father passed. So we're very much appreciating Jean's presence here with us today. And her father passed in hospital, and we may talk about some of the things that happened there in regards to how the hospitals have been with us. And when our community, our family go in, very many of them are not coming out. Sister Sonia passed in her home. So we're going to hold a 1-minute silence in remembrance of these. And they're literally just on the edge now. And we want to protect them, make sure that they're safe. And we will talk about these things later on. Thank you so much.
Thank
community. You. So just to remind everyone to put yourselves on mute.
Would you like a hand raised when they like to ask a question, or do you want the question to go into the chat?
A hand raised would be good. If we can't see you, then do please.
The hand raised we can see, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, we can see the hand raised on the
yes.
icon. Okay, yes, brilliant.
So if you've got a question, please press the button to raise your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jean, if you could just remind people that I will do it. We are recording. In the edit, I will try and hide in terms of yourselves asking a question, because I am going to kind of cut it into pieces and put it on YouTube. So if you don't want to be seen and you're currently on screen, then if you've got a question, simply block the screen and then ask your question. Though I think your name will be shown, but I'll see what I can.
It won't be shown once it doesn't show on the main recording.
Excellent. So that's it. That's great. So we're here to talk about our loved ones and they're passing over, and the question is, have they crossed over? And this is something that has been driving me for a number of years in relation to what that issue is, because so many we feel around and they're not interacting with us or engaging with us from, let us call, the light side. They haven't got there yet. They're still on just the edges or the periphery of our realm. And the ancestors are very concerned about this because there's no timeline there. It goes back hundreds of years. So if you imagine the past 500, 600 years, there are things there that still have not been addressed. I'll give an example of that. Going to Elmina Castle, people have felt spirits there that have not moved on when they were first taken there. So if you imagine the brutality and the experience of getting them there, they may or may not have gone through the door of no return, which we will look at within this as well. Their bodies might have left. We don't know. Maybe they might have died there, but their spirit has not left that space. So that is an issue. And that is something also that how we in the diaspora see it and how African people on the continent view that also. So I'm going to be reading to and from the page, so excuse me if I'm not straight on to you the whole time. So African myths actually say that we are actually intended to live forever. And the divine one gave us 3 gifts in relation to this, though we don't use them all at the same time. So the first gift was immortality, which meant that death could not touch us. The second gift was becoming young again after death. And then, after getting old, sorry. So becoming young again after getting old. So there was a greeting that we had, wasn't it? And so we'd only just been seen again after some time, and we were told, oh, you're looking young. Yeah, thank you very much. Divine gave us that as a gift, that we look younger as we're getting older. And then the third gift is resurrection, which meant that even after death, if death came, we would rise again. We wouldn't be held down by death. Now, what happened is we don't really know. These gifts were either lost or gradually taken away. And the stories in East and Central and Southern Africa that have been found, and they say that divine sent a message to us saying that we would either live forever or we would rise again if the people died. So to get the message to the people, divine would choose one of the animals, and it was usually the chameleon. Now the chameleon is not a particularly fast moving animal, and it took its time to reach, so that it delayed the message. So divine's looking and saying, well, chameleon is taking too long. Let me ask another animal, much faster. So maybe like a bird or a lizard or a hare to take the message, so that people, to tell the people that actually they're going to die. So you can guess what happened. The chameleon was very slow with the message that we would either live or rise again. And the other animal, the hare or the bird or the lizard, I think it was a bird, got to the people first. And so it was that death stayed in the world. That's one of their myths. There's a similar story in Sierra Leone. And this time, divine sent a dog with a message of immortality. And at the same time, he sent the toad with a message of death. The dog now got hungry and stopped to eat. The toad kept going and reached the people first with the message of death. By the time the dog arrived with a full stomach, it was too late. Death had got there first. And there are other stories as well over the continent where divine tells people not to eat certain fruit or eggs or animals, because if they did, death would come to them. Now, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Don't eat this because this is going to happen. I think it's in the first few pages of Genesis, isn't it? And there are more of these types of stories, and also others that point out that death actually came by mistake, and that it stayed with the people. It decided to hang out. But interestingly, there aren't any myths in Africa telling how death could leave or be removed from the world. So it's a bit like death came and spoilt the paradise that divine had created. Death meant a separation from divine, and with it came pain and distress. Now, we're not really looking at the death in terms of plant life and the cycles. We were in a different space to that. That's what we would observe. The crops, the weather, and the effects of those things on nature. And we were in a different space to that. We were in the same space, but we were other to that until death came. Now, the thing of death spoiling the paradise that divine had created, and death separating us from divine, Christianity, on the other hand, tells us that it's when we die, actually, that we unite with divine. And whereas these stories tell us that it came and separated us with divine. I'll just say that again. Christianity tells us that death unites us. We go home and unites us to divine. Our own myths, our own ancient history tells us that it separated us from divine. And we have varying views of death, don't we? We call it a number of things. We call it a monster. We call it a shadow, the grim reaper, some kind of spirit. And in Uganda, they say death doesn't laugh. It's got nothing to laugh at, which makes sense, really. And so while there's a belief that death came, there's also a belief that death is caused. And there are a number of reasons. One of the major reasons, one of the first reasons, is sorcery, witchcraft, evil magic against the dead person, which means that someone is to be blamed for it and that the suspect, has to be punished. And then another reason is that spirits cause the death of the person. Maybe they held a grudge with the person from the past. Maybe they themselves were not properly taken care of at their death. In Igbo land, it's quite interesting, a few years ago, it kept coming up that people were dying in some families. at a bit of a fast pace, and there was no apparent reason. So they went to the diviner, and the priest divined, and all the families were found to have been involved with selling their family members during the enslavement era. And that these members had been forgotten. And they were now sending reminders. So they had to do rituals for each family. And then another reason is that death is a curse, or because there's a broken taboo or a broken oath, for example. And there's the last reason, and it really hardly ever comes up, it's just almost just something, is that there's a natural death, meaning that divine tells the elder people to leave this realm. But that's not really something that's common in terms of the myths. So the main reasons are the first three, and divine is not actually involved normally. But people do say, if divine didn't want it to happen, then it wouldn't happen. So we also talk about the act of dying, passing, made a transition, gone away, departed, ceasing to eat or breathe, taking a long sleep, and so on. We don't actually name it as a finality. We're actually really saying it's not over, it's not a complete destruction of that individual. So then we have the sorrow of the loss together with the trust that they are continuing in another place. So let's look at some rituals and ceremonies which are there to facilitate. That's the role of the ceremony and the ritual, to facilitate this separation of the person from other people, from the world, family, community, and obviously wider society. Steve Biko, Winnie Mandela, and so on. So if you wouldn't mind, Jean, to look at the first three videos, to run those through. So we're just going to see 3 videos.
In a village just outside Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti, a young woman has died. Everyone will come together to mourn. The feast of death is announced. The women make coffee for everyone to help them stay awake during their vigil of the deceased woman. The night before the funeral, chants and dances are performed to help the soul of the woman return to her ancestors. The following morning, everyone dresses in their best clothes to attend the funeral. The grief of the dead woman's husband is clear to see. The funeral cortege passes through the village several times. This is to confuse the soul of the deceased woman so she will not know the way back home and disturb her family.
You're on mute, Jean.
Sorry, you're gonna have to go back out and come back in.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I'm new to this, so you got to forgive me.
It's all good.
All right. I come out of that and go back into this, and all right. Hang on a minute, I've got to stop it. Just a second. I started it, but I haven't. The first bit went so smoothly.
It's all good.
Hang on a minute. All right, let's do this properly now. Okay. We're getting there. Okay, I'll stop that. And come out. Sorry, you just have to forgive the changeover. Getting there. Number 3.
That's great.
Is coming up.
Et l'on regarde fête la année, li pas belle, raison que fait le pas belle, c'est par rapport à la conjoncture politique qui a brassé le pays.
Nous tout à mettre ensemble. Nous pas qu'à une union à manger l'autre. Faut nous mettre tête ensemble pour nous porter ça pour aller. Et Haïti pas qu'à craser. Haïti c'est Haïti non lié. Nous-mêmes qui là, nous tous fait quoi à nous tous. On seul nous. Sont Haïtiens nous, faut nous mettre tête ensemble pour nous vivre.
Okay. So the next one.
No, that's it. Those are the first 3. So Sandy, if you wouldn't mind, could you give us the translation of what the lady at the end was saying?
Hi, yes. Basically, yes. She's speaking obviously this Creole patois, and at the end, really, what she explains is what she's doing right now is almost like a message, but it's really to put all the head together for us to be able to live. It's really important now to put all our head together and form a body. She also explained that, you know, they are Haitian, and Haitian will never crack, will never die. So this is what, as Haitian, they need to do. And she reinforced the fact that everybody really need to be forming just one body, but start from the head. So it's a form of a ori, and to put all oris together, she insists on that, and then form a body. So yeah, so it's quite profound what she explains.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So that's us in the diaspora there. Vodun also means to celebrate, to be in awe of, and take care of the lower, which are the spirits of the dead. And some lowers are ancestors. Now, there are the dead, and then there are the ancestors, and there is a difference. And us in the community, we're very keen to address our families that have passed as, you know, to become ancestors. Well, that's actually something that when we look back into African notions of what happens to people and who they are and where they go and what is their journey after death, it is significant to the life that they've lived. So who are the African ancestors? So African ancestors are, of course, family members. They're members of the community. For example, in Igbo land, there are there's Idemili and Iyom, the progenitors of the Igbo people, they say, and they have a shrine, and it's big, and that's direct DNA. They are people who have fulfilled their destiny. They are people who have lived a long life, and while on earth, they've brought out a wise eldership from themselves and their experience of living. So their eldership has been exemplary. There are people, their ancestors are people that have lived an ordered existence. They have had good character. They've lived in alignment with nature. Our ancestors did heroic acts, perhaps in wars, or they've saved someone's life. There are ones that have contributed to the elevation of the community, or they've brought a development or transformation to society. They have an elevation and enlightenment. They've reached and lived a state of being that was self fully manifested, as in their own activation of the full divine presence on earth. So ultimately, they have completed a cycle of life in which they've proved themselves, they've received recognition, and they're now literally living forever, immortal. So who are the dead people? And these are people who, their realm is very much where they have stayed in the Kemet, they said Duat, the underworld. People who have committed suicide. People who've died by accident. People that have been killed through violence. So think about all the knife crimes that we have in our community. People who die young. People that have no lineage following them to remember them. People that have died of a significant disease because of the disease. People that have died in their damage. They haven't overcome that challenge. So what we have to know and understand is that it's not an automatic journey to receive the title of ancestor. We need to put the work in order to have that title. Let me go back to my other pages. And sorry, give me a second. Don't need that page. I need page 2. Here we go. So let's just step to where we were talking about Vodun. So Vodun respects death, as you can see, and ancestors grieving extensively, to never forget the dead and always be reminded and aware of life's lessons. That's what also, when people have passed, is what we are also supposed to receive from it, understand from it, gain knowledge from. Now, they never leave the body alone. So even while a Christian funeral is happening and all kinds of things, the body is never left alone. It's always under watch. And the main reason for this is that the spirit of the person can get lost if it's not properly guided. and all kinds of things can happen to it. Okay, now the person, they dress the person in black, and the body should be out of the family home before first light, before dawn. If they don't do this, it means that the spirit can take possession of a family member. And we'll come back to possession. And it's not just about taking possession of someone, it's also that the spirit can lose its way to where it's supposed to go. If it's left unattended or not guided, it's not a possession of manifestation in a ritual where somebody's carrying an ancestor in this instance. They're actually, it's a possession that is not wanted because that soul is not crossed. It's not completed, if you like, it's destiny. So the main reason, which I'm going to repeat, is that for guiding the spirit is to help it control and find and reach the final part of its destiny. So in Vodun, there's a belief that a person has two spirits. The T-Bonage, which is little good angel, and Gros Bonage, the big good angel. And on the 9th day after the death, the T-Bonage is released and faces divine and accounts for its life choices. The Gros Bonage, the big good angel, is the life force. It enters the body at birth, and at death, it leaves the body and returns to the Grand Met, or the pool of life force. And then, after the traditional ceremony, there's something that they call the Desunin, and it takes place as a ceremony. And in essence, it's kind of removing what they call the Metet, the master head, or the spirit, or what we would say, like it would say the Orisha on your head. It's a bit that resides in the head. And the Hungwan, the priest, tells everyone to stand back, and then he actually gets into bed with the dead person. And here he performs a ceremony, he chants, he rings bells, and then the body, the corpse, actually rises up. I've actually seen this in a film. Beautiful, beautiful film back in the day. And it was about a crossing over, and the body was laid on the table. And there were people all around it, and they were chanting, and they were ringing bells, and they were making stuff. And then the body would just keep rising up, go back down, and rising up, and go back down. It was a beautiful, beautiful film, very gentle. And there was this, and it was full ritual that happened. And all of this happens before the wake. And then the body is washed, and obviously before of that, and the people, and when in that process of body being washed, and so people talk to the corpse just as if it's alive. So they may be washing the hand, or they may be doing, oh, I'm washing your hand and I'm doing this. Do you remember that when this was this? And do you remember when we saw Mrs. So-and-so and when we were at school? Or this is what happened. And there's a dialogue that goes on as all of these things are taking place. So great care is taken to not disrespect the body in any way. So people will visit and they'll tell the corpse secrets that the corpse can take into the other world. And the pockets of the deceased, if you've got any pockets, they're turned inside out in order to make sure that nothing remains on the body that would give the body or that person the power over a family member. And they also remove the shoes to make sure that their footsteps don't disturb the living. And they mourn intensely, because if they don't do this enough, then the dead person is pitied, and it is shame on the family that there wasn't enough sorrow that they had passed. So let's look at the main aspect and importance of death and the burial ritual is to disorient the dead so they cannot haunt the living. So in our culture, we don't forget the dead, we remember them and know that they are now in another community, and we in turn celebrate that community. So I'm going to pause for a second because I've spoken quite a bit, and
there is somebody with their hand up. Are you
okay? Yes, we can talk a bit about what I've said so far.
Okay, Aisha.
Hi, sorry. When you, Kashini, when you were talking about the raising of the dead, it took me back to Malidoma Some's book called Of Water and Spirit.
Yes.
And he spoke about his grandfather and what happened at the time of his grandfather's death. And he was in a hospital, and the village came for him. And they had a talisman, which they laid next to his grandfather, and he rose up. And he walked back to the village.
Wow, yes.
Yeah, so, and that is their tradition of how they did things. He said, there's not practice the same now, but that was basically the last time. So as you said that, it brought that story back of Malidoma Some's book of Water and Spirit. And something you said about the crossing over of the children over the dead. Did you say something about that? Crossing over children. But I was told that, you know, we had remnants of these traditions in the Caribbean. You know, not all of them we understood exactly what it was meant for, but we know just passing down the line, generation after generation, that we were told to do this. And for at my father's funeral, I was told that his children were passed over him at the gravesite. Have you ever heard anything like that before? Or is that reflecting on anything that you know?
How do you mean the children pass over him? Do they walk
so
over?
when at the gravesite, just before when they laid him in the hole, they crossed his children, all of his children, over him from one side of the grave to the other.
Oh, so they cross over.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we never got the explanation for that, or what that is, or what it meant. But I remember the story being told to me as this was done at your father's funeral. I've seen it when I was a young child in Trinidad, but obviously, you know, you won't see those things here.
I was going to say, if anybody does know, if you don't know, Christiane, we could probably put it out.
Yes, I think I've actually seen something of that, and I saw that I've seen where a child has been handed over the thing to another person on the other side because the child was too small to make that. Okay. And I don't know whether it is to do with the child doesn't stay on the same side that the parent or that member of the family was on, because it would be the child that might be quite vulnerable, perhaps to the spirit. But that's as much as that I would say about it. I'm really surmising a bit and trying to remember that as a point. So certainly it's to be researched without a doubt. But thank you.
May I comment?
Yes, please.
I've had that experience myself.
Oh, wow.
In that, first of all, let me not say that I know or understand the process, but what I was told, my mother died the 7th of December. And her death was, she was 43 years old and she was in good health, no high blood pressure, nothing. But she developed this distended stomach. Basically, it's as though she went into labor on my expected delivery date and didn't come back out.
Wow.
I'm an only child. And what the people in the community up in the mountains of Jamaica said to me was this, that my baby, who was born 6 days later, has to be passed over her body when she lay in the casket, or she will return for the baby.
Okay.
So that is the explanation I was
I
given.
see.
So just as you describe it, sis, one person on one side of the casket is open.
Yes.
Somebody on the other side, and they pass the baby across
Yes.
her chest.
Yes, I saw that. Right.
But
so that is basically what it is for then.
The only thing I was told was that it had to be done or she will come back for the baby, because that was her preoccupation. That was her, you know, this is something that occupied a lot of her thought processes, if you like, or a lot of her mental space before she died.
Yes.
It mattered to her. His life mattered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's similar to in Jamaica, they have a lot of pet names. So, and they say they give the babies pet names, and they grow up with their pet names rather than use their real name, so that as you said, the person who's deceased doesn't trouble the child, either possess them or take them. So they're looking for the actual name, but everybody's calling the child a pet name. They grow up with the pet name. That's why a lot of Jamaicans have pet names. And most of the time you call people by their pet name rather than their real name.
Can I comment on that as well, please?
Yes.
My understanding of pet names is different.
Okay.
A pet name in the community in which I come from is more or less an African name.
Okay.
So that's a name that you use at home where you are precious and petted.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a Christian name.
Right.
Name on your birth certificate.
Yes.
So it's basically your slave name.
Yes.
So it had a different meaning in the community in which I grew up.
Yeah.
So those who were close to you and loved you dearly call you by your pet name. But those who are on the periphery of your life, like the people you meet at school, the people with whom you work, would know your Christian name.
Yes, yeah.
And that for me was very symbolic of the extent to which we embraced Christianity to preserve ourselves while something very different was happening on the inside.
Yeah. Well, my stories come from my brother, because when I went back to Jamaica, his first daughter, when she was born, was very sickly. And they took her to the doctor, they took her to everybody, and they couldn't figure out why this child was so sickly. And she was becoming so sickly that she was actually on the brink of dying. And then a spiritual leader come and says, give the child a pet name, because if you don't give the child a pet name, the person is coming for the name that you've named your child. Give the child a pet name so the person crosses over and doesn't see the child. So he said it's almost like a miracle. As soon as they gave her a pet name, she became well. So that's how it comes. As I said, there's a lot of pet names. It's because they don't want the person who's passed or a spiritual being, because not all of them are good, will come for your child. So they'll name the child and then they'll give a child a pet name.
So it's a bit of the name as a disguise then.
Yes.
Yes. And there's a mix between both what you say, Sister Lorna, and what Jean is saying, because in Africa, a pet name is also given to accentuate an attribute that the person is. So it might have been that as a child, you know, this child ran very far. And it was amazing that the child ran so far, or had gone very deep into the river, and it was a something that was rare, and they'd be given a name, you know, to a name that was accentuate what that quality was. So they might call the deep swimmer, or mighty, or fast runner or something like that. So that happens. So that's interesting in regards to just our names.
Yes.
And the issue of what the Christian name usurps. And the
or fails to usurp.
Yeah.
Could I add something? Just regarding what you said about pet names reflecting particular qualities or attributes. I can think of two examples that are quite similar kind of energy. I grew up with an auntie, a country auntie, who they called her Miss Baby.
Right.
And Miss Baby was big greyback woman to my mum, yeah? But this woman, wow. She literally looked like she was so pretty as well, you know, the big baby eyes and chubby little baby cheeks. And she was just so babyish to look at. And she probably was 20 to 30 years older than my mom. She had a really awful life as well. Her husband used to beat her up real bad, and she had lots of children for him and stuff. And it's like the more she went through, the more baby she became. Nobody ever called her by her, you know, Mrs. name or Miss name or whatever. And another lady that I can think of who is still living, this lady, they call her Chiquita. She's from Jamaica. And this woman is in her early 90s. And I met this woman about 2 years ago, and I was horrified when I found out how old this woman was, because she looked not a lot younger than me. Younger, not older, you know, younger. And she has her little hair all kept nice and short, and she made absolutely no effort with her appearance. She just was this little Chiquita woman. And I would say something again as well about the people I've known who have the pet name Dawn from our community. I know a lot of people with the pet name Dawn from our community, and they are all just so sparkly and shiny and glowy and have so much chi, you know. So, and you know, people who change their names often. And people don't understand why that is. And you made a great point there about the need to disguise, the need to protect, the need to keep your, depending on where you come from, your real name, you know, your what people call your real name, you'll give the name that your parents gave you, or your Christian name or whatever, and your spiritual name, which definitely needs to be kept very secret. And so people devise all kinds of ways and means to detract and deflect away from the real name, which reflects the essence of the soul, etc., etc. Yeah.
So that's quite interesting, because the word identity comes up, you know. But Sis Amma, you've got your hand up. Do unmute.
Yeah, no, as you were all talking, it's just funny that my pet name was Anutuntum, which means black mouth. And in the village, I was the only child. Everybody had sort of pink lips, or, you know, their lips are lighter. I was the only one, especially when I was in the sun for a while. You could, you know, anywhere I was, you could hear me, they'd say, Anutuntum, they would call. And the whole thing about people not, especially those not in the village, not knowing your real name was very, what's the word? As children, we were told that if we hear our real name being called, we stop, but we don't turn around. Because you don't know, you know, until you see the person's face, you don't answer. Because sometimes if your name is called, you don't know who is calling it. And if you answer, then, you know, they used to tell us you'll be taken away. So that's one very strict way of, you know, keeping our mouths closed.
Wow.
And following. Yeah.
This is good. Thank you. Is there any points, any other points before I move on?
Sorry, I just wanted to add something else, if I could, about regarding what you just said, Emma. My daughter, she had her generic name and she had another name, her spiritual, a name that reflected her incarnation, etc. She was never ever called by anybody by that name. And if this unruly pitney would not listen to what her mama was telling her to do, and her mum was at the end of her tether, her mother would shout that name. And as soon as she shouted that name, everything just jumped back into place. It was like her spirit just said, whoa, let me just, and she just jumped in line. Yeah, but not many people knew that name. So, but I was the one with the power, I suppose, to manage her very strong spirit, because I could call that name, and that's what I would use to get her to listen to me eventually.
So these are really important points. You're talking there about the education of our children and what is able to have them in order, to hold their order. And that, in a sense, is very much the message of the ancestors in relation to this, what we are dealing with. We have not kept order in relation to our dead. And the issues of identity and identifying and responding to vibration. Here we have an example of a child responding to a name that's got a word sound and vibration to it that automatically brings her into order. And these are the nuances, these are the things that we've let go in our life that don't seem tangible and real, but clearly effective, you know. I just want to give a couple, some more the points. If you could bring up, Jean, those pieces that are called quote one. It's a text. Now, in Ethiopia and North Africa, it's almost like manuscript land in terms of how life and order and ritual and ceremony and healing and medicine was actually charted or chartered. And there is a book which is called the Lefafa Sedek, which means the supplication of righteousness. So yes, the one next to Sister Jan, the text, yes, next to that one. Or is that Ethiopia 3? No, did you find Ethiopia 1 at all? No? It should be there as a, must be that's the one, Ethiopia 1. So this is a sacred book. So it's, in a sense, it's the same as the Egyptian or the Kemetic, what they call the Book of the Dead, or the Coming Forth by Day. So what this says here, the spells and stories contained in this book may be regarded as absurd or incredible or impossible, but they are only the necessary outcome of a long series of ancient beliefs, which have been current in Abyssinia. So this book goes back to when it was Ethiopia was called Abyssinia, and in other countries of Northeast Africa from time immemorial, and which the teachings of Christianity in them for 1500 years have not yet been able to eradicate. Okay. And if we go to the one that says Ethiopian number 2, yeah, that's number 3. Yes, that's the one. So this Lefafa Sedek was written with the special object of preserving the bodies of the dead from mutilation and from the attacks of devils and from the awful river of fire in hell, and enabling their souls to attain everlasting life and death and well-being in the kingdom of heaven. And it was for this reason that the Abyssinians tell us that they would bury copies of this with the dead. And let's go to Ethiopia, what, number 3? Find it in my... And actually, I will add that, and they would like to say that it had something to do with a culture that had come from Arabia. But in fact, it's not borrowed from there at all, because Arab people don't and never have buried and still don't bury holy books or amulets or anything with their dead. So it is absolutely indigenous to the African continent. And sorry. Let me.
Is that it? Sorry, is that it there?
Yes, that's the one. Thank you. I'm just going to take me a moment to find it here, but begins Dillman for me to read it, but I'll read it from the screen. Sorry. Okay, so Dillman carries us a step further, for he says that the Lefafa Sedek is the name given to the strips of parchment inscribed with magical prayers, which are wrapped round the bodies of the dead and are buried with them in their graves. He then goes on to say that in their mad superstition, inverted commas, the modern Abyssinians believe that men who are provided with such inscribed strips of parchment will come forth from the judgment before God uncondemned. So I'm bringing this up to show what we would do to take care of our dead. So that's all we need at this point.
Okay.
Jean. And if...
Sorry, sis, sorry.
Yes.
You mentioned the name of the author who said, who spoke about the strips of parchment. Can I ask you to repeat that for me, please?
Yes, it's Dillman, D-I-L-L-M-A-N-N, Dillman. The book is actually called The Bandlet of Righteousness, an Ethiopian Book of the Dead. And it's 1929, and it's actually Wallace Budge, so Wallace Budge. So you may find it somewhere.
Thank you.
And I'm looking at the front of the book here, and actually he was M.A. Lit D, D Lit, D Lit, FSA, Star of Ethiopia, 3rd class. So he was a very ordered somebody. And his titles, Sometime Keeper of Egyptian and Assyrian Antiquities in the British Museum, and corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences, Lisbon, Lisbon, honorary member of the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia. So he was very high up to be able to manage to carry this information.
And you don't have the name of the Budge book?
Yes, this is the Budge book. So he didn't only just do the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Coming Forth book. This is the book that he wrote, The Bandlet of Righteousness, an Ethiopian Book of the Dead. And it's actually in the British Museum. So it's the Ethiopian text of the facsimile. They have a facsimile of two manuscripts in the British Museum.
Thank you.
And it's 1929.
Thank you.
And there are only 350 copies of the book have been printed. So you can imagine they're going to be worth quite a lot. And of these, 300 are for sale. So there are 50 that were never sold, and only 300 were available for selling. So the so we have this the word sound, the scripting on parchment, accompanying the body on its journey. All of that is magic. And people that did, and I suppose that might have been something, if you had the money, maybe you would do that. And if you didn't have the money, then those sacred writings were actually written on the inside of the coffin. That's what, and they're called coffin texts. So the wrapping of the body of the dead person, also in large sheets of cotton or linen, which of course are shrouds. And I think, I don't know all the countries in Africa that do it, but certainly Ghana has had a shroud culture. And when the wrapping of the body was done, they placed the body in a sack or a bag. And today, again, Jean, if you wouldn't mind, it's actually coming back. Death wraps and putting the body not in a wooden coffin, but in a type of sack. And there are actually eco coffins.
Okay, what is it you'd like?
So what I would, let me, the one that is, it's called Death Wrap, and it's www.naturaldeath.
Okay. All right, it's coming up.
Thank you.
Just a sec. Ooh.
So that's an example of what you can do today to put the body in. So I myself have started with something that I'd had a thing about really a long time ago, some years ago, and I have done it for a couple of people, and then I did it for someone's mum recently, but we couldn't in the end use it because it wasn't biodegradable, something to wrap the body. So the idea of mummy and all of those things, so this all goes with protection, the idea of cloth. So if you imagine the Christianity and the Turin shroud, this is part of our culture. And then the second one, Jean, is called Bella, is the one that says Bella Kush, eco coffin, Bella Kush.
Bella Kush, hang on a minute.
That's the website, Bella Kush. I think it's the last one on the links.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Just a sec. It's a bit of fiddling.
No worries. Today, the bodies are wrapped mainly for cremation, actually, rather than being put into the soil. So the sister Nunu Queen is what showed me this, and you will see there on the left, that is an eco coffin.
Okay.
So, you know, the ancestors are really highlighting the scope of choices that are now in this modern time, as opposed to the coffin. And the coffin really has this kind of image of, you know, there's another nail in your coffin kind of thing. You've entered into this space, and I'm just wondering whether it captures in that space. And I tell you why. Because, where's the book? I haven't sent clips of this, but I just thought I would mention it. And this is the African prehistory. And there's a very common theme that keeps coming up about how they put the shape of the body into something. So they curl the body so that the body isn't long and flat. The body is back into its fetal position. The head is facing south, but the face is facing west. And that carried on. And this is sort of Neolithic and so on. Oh, I don't seem to have marked it on that page. Yeah, the dead were buried in earthenware jars on the settlement sites themselves and were all positioned with the head pointing to the south and the face turned to the west. The cemeteries were situated outside the villages and contained round or oval graves in which corpses were doubled up on their sides, their heads again pointing towards the south and their faces to the west. And then animals such as gazelles or dogs, we can talk about dogs in a minute, and this was really more in Heliopolis, was, which were undoubtedly considered sacred, were also buried in these cemeteries. And of course we know that Ampu is the dog-headed Kemetic deity who rules the underworld. And there is a female who does that as well, by the way. It's not just male. And we know that Oshun, Heteru help with funeral rites. And so when we go forward to the early pre-dynastic phase, which is 4,000 to 3,000 years. So I'm bringing this up now because astrologically, the planets Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter are in exactly the same position now as they were 4,000 years ago. And in January this year, Saturn and Pluto were in the same position as they were 500 years ago. So if you think of all the juju and all the stuff that is going on now, 500 years ago, they were in that space. And 4,000 years is at least 2,000 years before Christ and before Akhenaten. So before we get the dynasties in Egypt is how the planets are now. And the ancestors are reminding us. They really want us to be aware. And really at this time, as we go into this Saturn, Pluto, heavy duty, subconscious, unconscious realms from which we can retrieve knowledge through our Ori, our head. So, and what they're saying here is to judge from the everyday objects and vases, the foodstuff found among the grave goods, the cult of the dead was starting to develop. And what has gone on this year? Death. Are we at the start of the cult of the dead? Is something like that going on? And now if we move to the middle pre-dynastic phase, it's still pre-dynastic, but to the middle of it, burial rites became more complex. The dead were placed in rectangular tombs, their heads pointing north and their faces turned towards the east instead of the west. So we capture here the actual turning of something happened there. And this is from Lower Egypt, Geze in Lower Egypt. And they call it the Amratian area. And the pottery includes buff-colored vases decorated with naturalistic signs, scenes of mountains and so on. And this is, we've got more of the kind of harder stone thing going on. and the weapon became typical was an oval-headed club. So that's a key. That's just in the middle of the pre-dynastic, and then you've got the late pre-dynastic, and then it goes into dynastic. And these are relevances for us to understand now, because this is what the planets are working with. This is the energy that these planets bring about. So unless we tune to that and understand what is happening to our dead, we are really falling over the edge. And there are a number of things that are going on in the hospitals in relation to, for example, a sister here told me that a friend of hers, the friend's daughter died in hospital, not an old woman, a youngish woman. And the hospital told this friend, do you want us to put it under COVID?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't die of COVID, but she asked, do you want us to put it under COVID? And this is the second time I'm hearing this, because it happened to another woman. Her mother was put into an elder's home and had been given a good room. And then out of the blue, they put her up in some other room that was dank, and it was, and she was the only Black woman. It was a nursing home, and it was predominantly with white elder people. Everybody was surprised to see this Black woman who had the money to be there. And she had an all right room. The next thing she knew, her mother was being transferred to another room upstairs. It was dank, it was cold. She ended up having breathing, her mother passed. And they asked her, do you want us to mark this as COVID? If I go back to my friend's friend and what had happened to that friend's sister, the hospital has asked her, we'll pay for the funeral. Mark it as COVID, we'll pay for the funeral. What's going on? And we've got, and remember, we go back to Haiti, the bodies were watched. Now our bodies will go into the mortuary, or they'll go to the undertaker. We don't see them, we never see them again. They're done, and we know that most bodies, whether, I don't know to what extent it happens in this country, but it certainly has. But I don't want any laws of defamation against me, so it's possible, but it certainly has taken place in other countries. They go into the skull and they remove the melanin. So if you imagine all of our young people killing themselves, and husbands gone mad and killing their wives, all of those deaths, and we don't see them again. When they've gone in there, you're never going to see that something has gone into the back of the head. They're not going to go in through the front, they're going through the back. These are young, vibrant, young people, and you can imagine the bam of that melanin that's inside of there, and the brain things that's inside of there. And next time you see the body, it's laid out in a coffin. The undertaker has filled it with embalming fluid and put a smile on its face. And that's the body that we see. And then the lid goes on top. End of. We don't have nothing else to do with the body. We don't personally wash it. We don't talk to it in the process. None of the above. So these are things that we are being asked to notice. Someone who's got their hand up. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
They've got their hand up? I can't see her.
I think it's the sister with Roy Mack.
Oh, Dawn.
Dawn, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't realise I'd put my hand up. But so how would you say we need to go back to our traditional ways?
I'm going to come to that. I'm going to come to that, and we'll talk more about that shortly. But has anybody got any questions at this point, or want to raise anything at this point? Carry on.
Could I also ask, because it sounds a bit spookism, it's a bit scary, you know, from my perspective, it sounds like we should be fearful of our deceased?
Well, I think we have to address our belief system that puts us in that space, that we have begun to fear our own dead, when clearly we had an understanding about them in the past that wasn't in that space, or as much in that space of fearing them. We took care about how they would engage with us. So we took responsibility about how they would engage with us. That is why we saw in the video of Haiti, they would take different roads so that the spirit wouldn't be like the cat that will always come back and know its way back home. It would get confused and therefore continue on the path that was right for it.
And also I'd like to ask, you mentioned that, I think during your talk, that we should engage with the ancestors and communicate and find out from them what our traditions would have been in regards to the deceased.
Correct. That's absolutely right. We are at that point where engagement with ancestors is something that we now have to more take on board and accept as part of our lifestyle, you know, and understand what that is, because they've always been here and they've tried ways and means to reach and catch our attention, and we've been scared of it. We've stepped back from it. We've been told, oh, don't do that. You don't talk to the, you know, and also it's not just talking to the ancestors. We can also talk to the dead. When I was describing who the ancestors were as superstars, if you like, and then they're the dead, they're also the dead that are just normal people. They didn't necessarily create magnitude of issues in the community or create wonderful things, but they were just ordinary people. They are also the dead. So it's not evil people that are the dead, or people that did things wrong or just died young or by accident and so on. No, they also go to the light. They will go through their own process and go to the light, and are also there for us to engage with and be able to help and see for us and inform us. And we've lost the, go on.
I was going to just add to that, this is what I've found being engaged with the ARC, the ancestral renewal and communication, that you are able to communicate with your ancestors.
Yes.
And it does take away a lot of the spookism that surrounds us. You know, every day we're bombarded with the media and the TV and the films, and they make, especially this period, very scary with Halloween and dressing up and scaring the children, saying that this is the time of evil, great evil, and be fearful of the dead. So it's good that we're able to reconnect with our traditions, with our ancestors, and find out from them what traditions we would have practiced.
That's excellent. Very good. Thank you. Amma, you've got your hand up. Unmute.
Yeah. So, yeah. No. As I was listening to you, it just occurs to me that the lifestyles that we're leading, you know, we don't even have to go to the dead or the ancestors. The fact that we're not living intergenerationally, these stories are not passed on. And besides that, also the fact that we're abandoning our, you know, sort of rituals and so-called, I don't know, spiritual ways of being, and we've taken on the churches as a way to guide us in these things. It creates the fear. I mean, you said earlier on about the fact that, you know, Christianity makes it a hell. I can't even remember what the words were. You know, so before we were just separated from divine, and we would go back to divine, but then we're told no, you're not going back there. We've been separated, and you go to hell if you don't do right. But the reassurance of having intergenerational communications with each other, the way we lived in the village, you saw life and death as a cycle, and so therefore you weren't spooked by it. So sorry, I've got Roy on there, the young woman who was talking, Dawn. Yeah, you were talking earlier, and I feel that sense of, you're saying you're being spooked or you're frightened. That's how we've been told about death. But it's something that we see as a continuum of the life cycle. We die, we're born, we live, and all the rest of it. So it's not such a scary thing, and we need to share that more often with each other. Now we're individuals living in our four walls. Behind our four walls.
Yes, thank you. Because of time, I'm just going to carry through and so on. I just want to look at word sound for the dead. Reciting prayers was to make the deceased a living soul forever. So we have it already. And in fact, it's been our word sound in music and in other texts and other writings and other presentations and everything else that has been a turning fuel for the development of the world. And so this word sound, this recitation that we would do to the deceased so that it would be a living soul forever, so that in the eyes of divine, the deities and the other ancestors and the dead in the underworld, the deceased would have a senior title. They would show them to have power and rule, that they had mastered themselves in some way, and that the deceased would be able to make their journey through what they call the 7 halls of heaven, and there would be no limitations for them, and that they would never have a sentence of condemnation passed upon them when it came to the day when it was what they called the weighing of the words by the divine. You see, so the role of the living, the family, the community, the society that the person belonged to would be making certain that on the day of judgment in the hall of Ma'at, if you like, the deceased would triumph at the weighing of the scales and would enter the kingdom as one who was true in word and deed, whether or not we pass judgment on them in this side, in this realm. But everybody comes from a pure spirit somewhere along the line, it would appear. So these prayers were believed to be brought by Tehuti, by Thoth. And they would be added as well to the coffin. So not just in sound, but in presence, in written presence. We had the mastery of the pen. The pen is mightier than the sword. And interestingly enough, in Yoruba, the ritual uses repetition of a given theme. It's said that one of the purposes of repetition is to establish extraterrestrial connections and a framework for order and predictability. This is a whole affirmations thing, that we do for ourselves. But we don't pray over the coffin. If you imagine in India, when someone has died, people line up, don't they? And they come past the body. Nothing like that do we do when it's something that we have done. And so the ceremonies and prayers for the dead were to preserve the bodies. And more we're seeing bodies that haven't decayed, isn't it? We keep the bodies intact, and to secure their souls to have everlasting life with comfort, with happiness. We give that back. And I just want to bring in Phyllis Wheatley here. You know, a child from Senegal who, a boat, I mean, there's a whole lot of issue here. A boat is one of these smaller slaving ships, goes to Senegal in 1760s and brings back African people. And among them is a 7-year-old child, a baby. And it's a 6-week journey or so. And she arrives in Boston, and she's wrapped in a blanket. She's wrapped in a carpet. And John Wheatley sees her and feels sorry for her because his wife had lost a child of practically the same age. And she thought, oh, he thought, you know, this would be a pet, if you like, or someone for his child, for his wife to have. And it turns out this is a genius child. Phyllis is a genius child. She's named Phyllis because the boat was named Phyllis. That's why she's got her name. And it's not spelt with a Y, it's spelt with an I. And she starts to learn English, and she starts to learn astronomy. She starts to learn astrology. She starts to learn mathematics and science and literature. And she soaks it all in and then re-puts it back out as elegies to the dead. So what Phyllis did was take that whole word sound and that writing that went into the coffins and did it in the States. She was writing elegies for business people, for doctors, for the professionals. They paid to have these poems. And I think I have one of them there, Jean. I just chose a short one. And this was a child. By the time she was 12, she was being presented to society. It blew their minds. She was taken to court 27 times. And she was never published in the US. They could not believe that this child could put these words together and create magic. And these people were buried with these elegies. And this is what has kept them going in their family lineages, is these elegies from a child. And Tutu, she was brought to London, and it was, I can't remember her, somebody, Huntington, who was a mover and shaker with the sort of, the Great Awakening of that time. And, you know, London was moving and shaking because Black people have already by that time were moving in London because of the ports and everything else, and the sea and then the river. And he was, and they accepted, and they published her work. That's how her work got published. And we did a plaque to her, I think it was last year, and it's just a few hundred yards away from Aldgate Station. It's the Dorset Hotel.
You said Phyllis Wheatley, yes?
Phyllis Wheatley, yes.
Wheatley, sorry.
So this is to a lady on the death of 3 relations. So her book was Poems on Various Something and Moral, to a lady on the death of 3 relations. So a woman had passed with 3 of her. So we trace the power of death from tomb to tomb, and his are all the ages yet to come. 'Tis his call, the planets from on high, to blacken Phoebus and dissolve the sky. So Phoebus is a Greek or something like that metaphor. His too, when all in his dark realms are hurled, from its firm base to shake the solid world, his fatal scepter rules the spacious whole, and trembling nature rocks from pole to pole. She's saving these 3 relations from the horror of death. Yeah, where you know, he too, when all in his dark realms are hurled, things are thrown there. This is deep stuff. It blew their minds. They could not. She took test after test after test after test for them to even think that this child could even come close to do. Nobody of their own was doing it. Anyway, I would like to move on. So ritual and ceremony is used to reinstall social order as well, to maintain harmony. It serves as a reminder to the community of their origin, and it contains lessons and the favors, the gifts, the good things, the guidance, the protection, the sanctification, the ashe, the ire that comes from earth and from heaven, the sacred universe. And you know, the gates to the realm of death are open so that ancestors and the dead can actually intermingle. It doesn't mean that the dead and ancestors don't meet. They're not in separation. And they're not in separation from us. And that we can share their wisdom and their overstanding, their inner standing, so that the social order and harmony can begin. What did Queen Nunu say? The word sound of the child's name brought her right back into order. So I just want us to look at something that we have done in the UK. And if you could just bring up New Cross, Jean.
Yes, will do.
And just so that you understand that we are also there, and that there is that there is something that we can do. So it turned out that well, I'll let you play. To the thing, and there's an actual recording that says poem. So
yes,
just to say a little bit about how this came about, it was, I think it was 30 years since the deaths at New Cross, and an elder had come to us and said we should do something to commemorate, we should do something. And at the time, we were working with crossing over and working with unfettering and crossing over, which I'll come to. And we said that really this is something that we should do. And we actually did a ceremony. And in that ceremony, it was Yvonne Ruddock came through, and she had not crossed. And 2 years before we did that, the sister Nefertiti Ife had a download from the young people about their experience and where they were, and it was horrific. It was really traumatizing, and it was horrific where they were.
You ready for me to play?
Hold on, let me just finish this point.
Okay.
And And so we did Yvonne, and then it was literally like 2 years later, she came back through, and we were to do something at the house. And we spoke to Pa Kofi, and he downloaded from the ancestors what needed to be done. And the footage that you saw there was part of what we did. And one of the instructions that we'd been given was to write a rhyme. And you know how we have rhymes very much in the UK and other countries, you know, Africa, we have proverbs and we have songs and we have poems that we do and rhymes as well. And here they have it as well. To remember, you know, ring a roses, a pocket full of posies. That's actually a rhyme to do with the
Black Death.
The Black Death. So Sister Amma here wrote a poem, and that's what we were singing. If you want to play that.
Okay.
Hello. The words are: stuck in the muddy ground. Free up, you're no more bound. Clap up, step in the light. Pray up, now all is right. Now tune. Stuck in the muddy ground. Free up, you're no more bound. Clap up, step in the light. Pray up, now all is right. Stuck in the muddy ground. Free up, you're no more bound. Clap up, step in the light. Pray up, now all is right.
Okay, so that's what we created. And there is still some additional things that we need to carry on and do. The energy is very heavy around that issue and what happened there. It has been shared with the families, with at least some of them. So we're not doing it in isolation. Or so we are working with it, and more is going to be, it is going to continue, but there are forces in the way of it. But we did it and we crossed them over. All of them. We took responsibility for that. It wasn't too, I'm not saying it's associated, but just to understand what happens and how people work with the dead. A few months down the road, they found an Indian restaurant full with 9 bodies that they were using as meat in their restaurant. In the same, right there in New Cross. Indian restaurant where people go and get their takeaway. It was people's body they were eating. You see? So what people do with bodies, with the dead. And if you could just bring up Sister Jan's photo. So I just want to raise something now. I want to move quite fast because we're over time already. And Cezanne was having a bit of trouble getting in. So I'm trying to see how I can get her in.
So she's okay.
So she said she needs a passcode, but for some reason she can't quite get to the passcode or something.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna,
have you texted the passcode?
Yeah, I'm just going to do that now. Where is it? So I do have permission to talk about Jan.
So, can't get it bigger than that.
Okay. So Jan was a sister, very proactive in our community, really did a lot of work, really led a lot of work that many of us may not be aware, to the extent that she worked with ideas and was progressive in what she did, and had commitment and took care of things. And she passed,
Sorry.
I think it was maybe early September, I think she passed. And her story's quite, you know, I think it's quite critical. I met Jan, I knew of her, and she came to my home last year. I was doing some ceremonies at home, and I was introducing some clearing work, and she came as well to that. And what had happened to her, she was very close to Sister Decker, who had also passed. She was very close to Sister Decker. And Sister Decker's landlord, after she passed, had thrown all her belongings, her furniture and everything onto the front lawn, onto the driveway, onto the front thing. And that was it. So Jan responded and said she would take it. This Sister Decker was a very close friend. She was taking responsibility. She would take all the goods and take it to her house. Now, Jan was also something of a hoarder herself. So she packed her house with Decker's stuff as well. And I think it was maybe just 3 weeks after the burial of Decker, Jan passed. She did have asthma a bit, but it wasn't death-threatening. And she passed on her front porch where the ambulance had tried to resuscitate her and so on. And I saw when it happened. I wasn't there, but she came to my shrine. And she was absolutely traumatized. It was beyond what she could even think of. She wasn't, as far as she was concerned, this couldn't possibly have happened to her. What was going on? What is this state? What is this condition? What she could not be. She looked at her body, unable to do anything with her body. And of course, all the stuff would come up about what she wanted, her ideas, her goals. And the truth is, she was ready to come back in someone else to fulfill what she saw her destiny. She was prepared to do that. These are the choices that we will face when we pass. It's not that you go from land onto a sailing ship and off you go. No. We face choice. We had, and I told Suzanne she needed to put candles, get 9 people to light a candle and keep going for her, to hold her down and to keep her safe, because London is ram-packed with dope. And I'm not talking just of our culture, of course. If you remember the film Ghost, he meets people on the underground, doesn't he, and all that, on the tube, who have passed and they haven't moved on. And there will be the ones that will look to that spirit to get them to go somewhere else. Come here, do this, especially, and I will say, especially people of African and Caribbean descent. We are quality. We are quality fodder. We are good stuff for spirit work. And Jan, we did the crossing over on the 11th night. We're going to do it on the 9th, on the 9th night, which was probably the time to do it. And we did it just 2 days after. And I saw what Jan was going through over that 11-day period. The pain and the sorrow and the confusion, the frustration, the anger. it was just beyond her that this had happened. She was shocked to the core, just like, what? No, 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 I have not finished. She hadn't finished. And in the end, we did cross her over. And a few days later, I saw Jan and she was smiling. And that's all I saw. And a couple of days after that, Cezanne called me and said, oh, have you seen or anything come up about Jan? I said, oh, well, all I saw was that she smiled. She was smiling. She says, ah, because Cezanne had done a ceremony, a personal ceremony, and with some other people, and others had said to her, oh, we can see your sister. Your sister's smiling. She's really happy. She's saying thank you. I don't know whether Cezanne has joined us at all. No, doesn't look like that.
See.
No, because she was going to talk about it, and she said, yeah, Jan was really grateful and happy that we'd done that. And she's much better. She's there. She's crossed. She's gone on the other side of the gate. You know. And that is an example of what it's like. I'm going to move on. So, but the note is what happens when the deceased does not know that they have died as well, or they're shocked that it's happened. They think it's too soon. So then they need the support to help them know what has happened and that they are now only in spirit form and that they have to move to another dimension and that they must be willing to cross over. They have to put themselves in the energy of being willing. And the whole concept of the will is a whole other discussion. I mean, there are books that are called The Right Use of Will. You know. So, Ma Naomi, if I could come to you, if you don't mind, are you there? Just unmute.
Yes.
Can
you hear me?
So this is also a recent happening. If you could just tell a little bit, if you don't mind, Ma.
Yes. Oh, good afternoon, all. I've kept quiet because I'm just astounded by everything I've learned, and I'm listening. Anyway, basically, what happened in the course of April, the 21st, and the 2nd, about three of my three best friends died in the same house. One died in the hospital, unfortunately, but the other two died in the house. And basically, they were haunting me, especially the one I was living with. He kept coming to me. He was walking under his arm with his coal in his hand, telling him that they're going to cremate him. My friend, other one, the female friend, she was upset. She said she was waiting for the taxi. I asked her why didn't she leave. She said she was waiting for the taxi to go. And then the other guy, he was upset because he didn't want to die, and he went in the hospital, and he never returned. And so I ran away from the house, you know, back in May after the last one died in the house. And then I knew at some point I would have to go back to the house. And so I asked for spiritual help to return to the house. Sister High Sasha inquired and introduced me to Sister Keisha. And
Kishini.
Kishini, I apologize.
All right.
You know, because I'm so overwhelmed today. And basically, we done a ceremony in Stratham, crossing over, and where we had to, we do the work in the park, and basically I have to let them cross over. The last one, I mean, the one that died in the second, he gave a bit of a problem. He didn't really want to go. He just didn't want to go. And so, Sister Kishini had to work a bit harder with him to go across. The experience since that time, I have had no problems. They haven't come back to me. They haven't said anything at all. Everything is just peaceful. Prior to that, I was inundated. They were visiting me on a nightly basis where they were just so upset. And so, so that's where I am at the moment, where I'm still trying to come to terms with the great work that Sister Kishina is doing, because I just never thought in my wildest dream that something like this could happen. The people are just not happy because, Christianity has taught us that everything is done through Jesus. I gave up my Jesus channel many years ago, but I just didn't see the other side because I was primarily brought up in this country anyway. And so, yes, and the experience is very fulfilling. And so my 3 friends have gone over, and then I realize now that, as Sister Kishina said, you've got to now look for our dead relatives. And I now have got many dead relatives. And so we are now working towards the unfettering. And I'm looking forward to it. So today, if I didn't join in much with contributing, I'm just in awe of everything. And that young lady, Miss Raddock, who died in the New Cross fire, I knew most of those children.
Oh gosh, I didn't know.
Because they all came from the Midlands, and I knew them personally because I came from the Midlands also all those years ago. So I knew them. I knew the Raddocks, and my brother went to school with them as well. So I knew them. So when you said that just now, a tear came to my eyes because I knew those children personally.
Wow.
And so I just want to thank you for the great work you're doing. I want to thank all the participants today who is just really part of this group. And I don't want you to let me go. Just hold on to me just to make sure, because this work is far too important to let go, because it's really important. So thank you so very much. And I'm really, really grateful.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Really, thank you. So, Sister Isa, if you don't mind, if I could ask you just to tell us a little bit about the vibes that has come up with your sister that you've seen.
Okay. So a couple years ago, I connected with my grandmother, who's an ancestor, and she came through powerful with me. So my parents have passed on as well. I connected with my mother, and my sister had passed in 2017. And I tried, connecting with her within meditation, and I could not connect to her. It was like there was no electricity, like there was no vibe. I couldn't see her. As no matter how much I tried, I couldn't see her. So my teacher at the time, I went to him and I said to him, look, something is happening. I can't connect to my sister. Now, what happened to her? She was found in her house. She had already passed. She was found in her house, but the circumstances surrounding that was not very good. Anyway, when I spoke to my teacher, he said to me he will go and look. And he did go and look. And he came back to me and he said, her energy is being pulled somewhere, meaning like her life force energy. She is trapped like she's in a jail, Now, he said that to me about 2.5 years ago. When I met Sister Kashani, she said the same thing to me. You know, she said, Sister Kashani said, yes, you know, it's like she's trapped. I said, well, then it confirms it to me. My sister is being held somewhere that her energy is dwindling, basically. So we have this life force energy that supports the body and supports everything that we do spiritually. But wherever she is locked. So the crossing over, where I was present for Mama Naomi's ritual, I realized that I had to look into that for my sister. And it made sense to me why I could not connect to her spiritually. I just couldn't. There was no, I couldn't feel her, I couldn't anything at all. But somebody else or something else or whatever it is pulling on that energy. Yeah. So that's the story for that so far.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna work on it. We're working to clear that.
That's it. Thank you so much. I'm just going to move forward because there's another aspect of birth and death that I think happens that is important and is relevant. The word abiku in Yoruba means born to die. And parents that give birth to twins sometimes will keep one and bury the other in the forest. But parents sometimes have to offer sacrifice to the spirit of the twin that they've buried in the forest. This is because the spirit of twins are one. Sorry, Abiku, I'm talking about Ibeji. I've kind of mixed it a bit, but this is about Ibeji, the sort of dying of twins. So even if they have two different bodies, twins will have the same Emi, the same life force, the same breath. And this is what parents do. But I just want to go back.
Sorry, Kashani, could you just make it clear on the name? Because you said it got mixed up. So
yeah, so let me just stick to the Abiku issue, which is that some children are literally just will be born and within moments will pass, will die. And it's their role to do that. And so I'm looking to Nunu Queenie. Are we able to see you? Are you able to unmute? Give thanks. So I appreciate Nunu Queenie is just going to tell her a little bit about her experience and what she knows in relation to this.
Ah, okay. Okay, well, vocationally, I'm involved in death work. I specialize in transitioning the souls of children. When I say children, the souls of children, I mean children who've been born and have transitioned while still in childhood, but also the souls of children whose gestation is unfulfilled. So children who are lost before their birth time, before they transit the womb, whether by force of circumstance, progress, in the name of progress, or just simply their cycle ended naturally before they were birthed. Why do I specialize? Why do I specialize in childhood, a child loss? It's been a natural progression, and it's been my whole life. The older I get, the more I realize that I've been doing this my whole life. And in that regard, I consider myself very fortunate. I myself was a twin. My twin did not go to full gestation. The circumstances that brought us together in my mother's womb were interesting. I'm just going to say they were interesting. I've spoken to Sister Kashani about those circumstances, but it was decided that one of us really needed to go. If either of us were going to survive, one of us needed to go, and it was decided that my twin would leave and I would stay. I've had similar experiences in childbirth myself, like so many women who experience multiple child loss before birth, unfulfilled pregnancy. And I'd just like to say also, I'd like to add that a lot of the time, you know, when we quote unquote miscarry our children, we actually are more fertile for the next child to be conceived, unless there are issues around you know, conceiving and fertility. And I think that in itself is something that we need to consider in a spiritual context, particularly within our culture, our community cultures. I have worked with so many different circumstances, caring for other people, supporting other people through these journeys of child loss. Most of them are excruciatingly painful. The ones where there is miscarriage involved, most of them are really painful journeys. Unless you've been working on evolving yourself, personally, essentially, spiritually, whatever you want to call it, these kinds of experiences are often very difficult to transcend without support. It doesn't help that people don't want to talk much about or acknowledge much about child loss. If somebody in their circle loses a child, there's this kind of social taboo. Even within our cultures, there's some kind of social taboo, like a tripwire that prevents us from supporting, acknowledging, even beyond the initial, oh dear, that's a shame. You know, we don't even go to the cemetery to help these mothers bury their babies. You know, they're left to their own devices. We're still only talking about the mothers, by the way. We haven't gotten onto the fathers yet. The personal journey that you go through experiencing something like this, if you hadn't started it before, you're definitely on it. You're definitely on that journey, whether you acknowledge it or not afterwards. It is a catalyst for you to move forward and evolve. The souls of these children come to teach. Yes, they come to receive. Sometimes, yes, they come to take. They're sent rather than come of their own free will, you know. But they have their purpose. And we as a community, as an African diasporan community, we really need to embrace this as a reality, that you cannot just have a child, you cannot just terminate a child without recourse to the soul of that child, to the ancestral realm, to the supreme creator of all that is, to externally and within oneself. There is recourse. the men, the fathers. Some of you are merely consider yourselves to be sperm donors. Some of you are considered to be merely sperm donors by the mothers of children that you have ordered to be executed when you dangled your little £100 or £250 to get rid of that little squiggle that's inside somebody's womb. That's a soul. That is a soul. And if you are a person that supports, if you are a person that supports pro-choice, then as an African person, you really need to look at yourself and what the choice that you're making from a spiritual and ancestral tip. And we've all made choices, and we've all, some of us have had multiple terminations, and we think our lives are bumbling along very nicely, but they're not. There's all kinds of chopped liverishness going on in the background that we don't know about. The fathers of these children children whose lives they've ordered to be executed, suffer, and they don't understand why there is so much chaos and confusion. It's like Sister Kashani was explaining about, Sister Isacha, is that right? Isacha, sorry. You've been describing these situations where souls have been stuck in the duat, or in the darkness, in the nowhereness, not able to move forward, obviously not able to come back, etc., etc. There is chaos being generated. There is chaos being generated in people's lives, and the more that we appease these spirits, the souls of these children, acknowledge each and every one, and give ceremony and tribute, and yes, sometimes deference. Just because the soul of a child is young does not mean it's not powerful, does not mean it is not some great being that supersedes you in authority. It is important to give tribute and acknowledgement, and it is important to appease the souls of those children. And it's important for the fathers, equally, if not more so, to be involved in these appeasement rituals and ceremonies, not only for the children. You are beholden to appease the mothers that you forced these things upon. The families of daughters who forced these babies to be killed because it didn't fit in with your your plan of how your daughter's life should be, you also need to give appeasement, give acknowledgement, give celebration.
I just want to say one thing about that. If you just put it on the head, you just put it on the head itself. Personal experience.
Okay.
When my daughter was 15 years old, she became pregnant.
Yeah.
And the first instinctive thing I heard was, no matter what, that life had to come through.
Right.
Yes, it doesn't suit your life. Yes, it doesn't suit her life at the moment. Yes, it didn't. But at that time, they say, if you're listening, then somebody is speaking to you.
That's right.
Yeah. You can't listen and talk at the same time, can you?
This is what we tell our children.
If you're listening, then somebody is telling you. Yeah, and it's for a greater mission than your mission probably is. You know?
Yes.
So whatever you're hearing, it is not you speaking. Someone is speaking to you. That was my first indication of what ancestral is.
Okay.
Or understanding what it was. Just that, what had happened to my daughter. That was like, it was an immediate Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I didn't know how it was going to turn out, and I didn't know how it was going to be, and I didn't know anything. But that was, I heard that, and I know I just had to follow orders. I just wanted to say that. Sorry.
Thanks. No, that's.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Now I'm mindful of the tone that I'm using as I'm speaking, and I'm mindful that a lot of people will be very sensitive to what I'm saying, because, you know, who the heck are you to da, 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 da. There's no judgment. Everything I say with complete and utter love and compassion. But I cannot impart enough the seriousness, especially in these times. I cannot impart to everybody the seriousness of the necessity to do this work. You know, if you find yourself expecting a child and it didn't fit in, did you consider that you could have a conversation with the soul of that child and maybe try to negotiate with that child that...
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, please.
Okay, so imagine a scenario where somebody falls pregnant. The person that they've fallen pregnant for has made it abundantly clear that they do not want to have a child with her. She wants the child because she's just a naturally maternal person. And just, yeah, she wants the child and she feels like she's supposed to have the child. But through sort of fear of obviously the fact that the father definitely doesn't want the child and sort of other external circumstances, this is someone who sort of engages with spirit naturally anyway and just has done since she was a child. She sort of has conversations where she asks the child to not come through fear of, obviously, because she's been told the child doesn't want to be there. She doesn't want to ever have to be forced to go through an abortion just because she knows that's not something that she agrees with or something that she could take. But she sort of has this conversation and then she begs and she prays that the child doesn't come through. Then she does miscarry. Would that be the same sort of scenario?
No, I'm not talking about getting down on her knees and praying, oh, please, God, don't let me have this baby. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, toodaloo in there, little one. I'm not sure what your name is right now, but can we have a little chat about what's going on here?
No, but I mean, like, not when I say praying, I don't mean to the Most High, praying to God. I mean speaking directly to the child, like, you can't come.
Right. But that's not what you're saying. I'm talking about negotiation. You're talking about, I'm telling you right now, you can't come right now. Listen, it's very important, the language.
Mm-hmm.
People say I'm a bit nitpicky about language, but hey, so be it. The language, the word sound that we make in the context of ceremony is very, very important. And when I say ceremony, I'm not talking about pomp and circumstance. I'm talking about a thing that needs to happen, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So when you're having that conversation, it is a conversation. There is a message, there is the sender of the message, and there is the receiver of the message. And it's a two-way street. So while you be talking, you can't hear, as sister, I'm so sorry, is Archer?
Isacha.
Sister Isacha. It's because I'm reading of the Sister Isacha said, you cannot hear if you are speaking. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's very important to understand that this is a conversation and it's a negotiation. Yeah. And in negotiation, you don't always get what you want. Sometimes you have to concede. Yeah. And if you are negotiating something like that, well, what are you going to do to appease that spirit in this negotiation circumstance here? What are you going to do? So, and that's why it's important to listen, because you may be asked or told. You might be the one who gets told what you need to do. Does that make sense? Or does that addle your brain a bit more?
No, it does make sense, but I think I would probably like to have a little bit further conversation after regarding that. It definitely does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh no, and thanks for your questions, all of you. You know, I'm very mindful of the time for Kasheni.
Yes. So I mean, I think we've had a real look at death and to some degree now birth. And there's also an aspect which I will just go into, which is about issues around possession and what happens when a body dies and what happens to that spirit and it going into another body as a walk-in or something like that. And those are things that we have to take care of and ensure that our family members don't do that. If you remember at the beginning, we were talking about Haiti and so on, they were very clear that not to happen with the spirit going into a family member. The thing that we've learned about the crossing of the baby and children over the grave so that the spirit doesn't come back to them. So we ourselves are in a position where our children and our own families could have a walk-in. You may not notice, but maybe just something slightly different about that child or that person becomes somewhat different, and their behavior is somewhat changed. We don't realize. And these are things that we would take care of and be able to notice and see and go to a diviner and go to the priest to sort it out. And I'm not talking a Christian priest, I'm talking about traditional priest. And these are part of our responsibilities that we're no longer incarcerated about. We're supposed to be free. The sale in ourselves is finished. How much have we seized that freedom? And how much have we returned to what we had? And somewhere we've believed the hype. And we've become mad because we keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. We are in a madness now. We are in the moon, full moon, lunacy. Okay, so, and then we've using our own culture and manipulating it back in a way that is inappropriate. We're actually creating lives and taking those lives for purpose. Some people are making children and aborting them on purpose, and they're taking that spirit to work. That's part of the darkness. And it becomes the women in Africa that are having children because they're giving it to Western couples that don't have children. And that marketing, the market of the soul selling and soul buying. They're not buying bodies, they're buying souls. That's what those women are creating. They're having that child. They put the soul into a DNA to hold it. And then they hand that soul over to these people, and they have better business, they have better life, they have something else, whatever it is. And they're saying, the color doesn't matter. How come that isn't happening so much with white people? How come it's not happening so much in Israel? How come it's not happening so much in Japan? How come it's not happening so much in Europe? But it's Africa is where it's happening. So this is the effects of our participation in our oppression. We're involved in it. We think it's a good life. Remember right at the beginning we said it was the separation from divine that death was, and it's turned on its head to being that the separation from divine is actually to unite, that death is a unity factor. That's where we are. That's what the ancestors are wanting us to address. And we can use any Psalms or any, you know, verse from the Bible and pray and to get this and you did. What for? It's a spell book. Whose spells are we using when we've got our own? We've just heard a whole heap of how our words sound and the magic of it. So I'm aware of time.
Your camera's come off.
Oh, okay. Oh, I just need to click it back. Ah, I didn't know. Okay. So that's, I mean, so what I will talk about now is unfettering. And this, in a sense, unfettering.
Sorry, Marlene did have her hand up.
Oh, yes,
sometime.
please.
Are you open to questions, or you want
Yes,
to leave
let's
it till
just have
after?
the questions. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I didn't see.
Sister Marlene, do you still have your question?
All I wanted to say, when you spoke about that weekly person, when we were taught about her or when we hear about her, it's given the impression she's a white woman. I've never known her, the name, and all I've heard about her, I've always assumed she was someone white.
No.
Because they don't give you the knowledge that it's a black person. Because I have heard of her in the past.
Right.
That's all I wanted to say.
That's so interesting, isn't it? Again, you know, these raises a wealth of issues, but thank you for that. That's really, I'm glad that, you know, you found that out, because who knew that it was, you know, a child from Senegal without the English language that produced such works.
No, they just tell you her name and the work she's done, but not, because it's an English sounding name, you wouldn't question it.
Exactly. Thank you. So I just want to talk about the unfettering, because this is where you can do the work, but it does mean you having to come to your sovereign self in a way that is not easy. Let me put it like that. So what happened was, I was already doing some work in crossing people over from holistic work that I was involved in doing. And divine and ancestors brought me to a stop about that and said, you cannot keep doing this, because you are in exactly the same place where they are spiritually with Christianity. And you're not going to be able to do that work with that Christian mantle on you. And they showed me a process. And that's what unfettering is to remove the Christian mantle from the head, what happens at baptism. And it means you are regaining your sovereign line to the sacred universe, to Olorun, to heaven, directly, which is what your Ori is, that sacred pot. And when you've done that, you then go and retrieve your people, your family, all that have not crossed over, all that are incarcerated, all that are being oppressed and being abused and used on the other side. You're rescuing them, if you want. You're bringing them out and you're crossing them over. And it's a massive clearing. Because remember, the traumas of whatever generations from the past, we are still bearing through our DNA today. Intergenerational trauma, epigenetics, etc. Yes. Issues that had nothing to do with who we are now, that existed 3 or 4 generations ago, or even 2 generations ago, inter-family conflicts and etc., somehow we are here to pay back. We still have to deal with it. So this is part of what the things that we have to clear. And we have to remember, we did not keep stress. We didn't keep and hold conflict and distress and sorrow. That's what diviners were for. That's what the shrines were there for. That's what we went to our ancestors about. You know, running to church and giving a confession ain't it. Talking to your ancestors, talking to someone that has passed, and you are remembering and you're giving them a secret, that works. Not sitting in a confessional and a priest and telling him that I stole some money or I took my sister's chocolate. No. It in some kind of confessional box. Most of what I have said, Christianity has usurped, if you think about it. 100% usurped it, turned it on its head and fed it back to us with fast food. Yes. And MSG, with monosodium glutamate. And so we chase that monosodium glutamate, and then we chase the sweet that goes with it, the sugar that goes with it. And we think we have arrived, and we think they are the dawn. And we think they are the dawn because they've been able to do it. They're not the dawn because they've been able to do it. They're the dawn because we've let them. The reason it's happening is because we've let it happen. So I'm not blaming, because it's not easy. It's not easy. So we can't blame and think that, you know, oh, we start to get into stuff that we've had all of this and we've done nothing about it. Oh no, we've been fighting for it. So that can tell you how tough it is, because their stuff is tough. But it's not tougher than I and I. You understand? You heard the Haiti say, we bring our heads together because ain't nobody taken over to run Haiti. And they affirm that. So that's what we have to do. I think, I guess that's it. I'm happy for other comments in terms of what we have experienced today. Where does it take you? Yeah.
ISA Chair has got a question. Her hands is raised.
Well, it's a more of a comment as well. I mean, we kept speaking about Haiti, and as we talk about Haiti, the story keep coming up in my head. Desailly's and Toussaint Louverture, they taught people that they weren't afraid of death. They weren't afraid. They did not conceive the way the westernized world conceived death. They were not afraid. And the story goes about Toussaint, after he was captured by the French, he was locked up in wherever they put him. He really didn't care. Not he didn't care. He's basically saying, you know, the job is already done. My spirit is already free. You know, there is nothing you can do or scare me about death by locking me up. So I understood that the Haitians of that time, maybe, and still till now, had a totally different concept about death. So I just wanted to bring that in, because you have kept talking about, you know, the Haitian Revolution and whatnot. That's what I learned about the Haitian Revolution.
And certainly, and Empress Félicité lived 120 years. Dessalines' wife. So she had up to something like 5 generations worth of reference were there. She was there for them by her age. You know, in Yoruba, we pray for long life Someone had their hand up. Who was it? Amma? No. I'll come back to you, Nunu, in a second. Brother Arthur, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I can honestly say to you that I've learned so much today. Being a spiritual person myself and having gone through so much trauma that I've heard so many of you mention with childbirth and all of that, as you know, all very, very, very close to me. I've been through just as much trauma as any other human being on this earth, and like everybody else, we can all write a story, a Dallas, if you want, on the pain that we've actually endured during that particular time. I've been very, very fortunate, I believe, now in listening to everybody, insofar as that I've been able to document my journey through. And as a means of being able to document that journey, I came up with one of the major problems that I had, which was spiritually talking to myself. And one of the things that I discovered was that the communication with yourself becomes so clouded and convoluted that it's very, very difficult for you to try and pick up on the person that you want to be talking to and the words that you want to be able to hear. And what I've been able to do, which I am now at the moment testing with lots of people at the moment, is, believe it or not, I've created a pyramid. And within that particular pyramid, you write down all of the things that you have done to somebody else and not what somebody else has done to you. So it's your input in this life that you have created, or your footprint that you have created. And it basically starts off with 7 boxes across the bottom, which you put each word. Now you start off with the worst thing that you've actually done, go all the way along the bottom and then go up. Now the pyramid itself leads from 7 at the bottom, and then you interlay each one like you would a brick, which diminishes to 1. And look, and what I've been able to work out in doing just that is that there is a miracle that actually happens during that process. And what it does, and what I found out that it did for me, was it enabled me to be able to speak to myself and understand myself clearly, so that I could understand what it is that I needed to do next and how I needed to do it. And there are lots of varying things that go into it that help you on your journey through. But communication has been one of the major things for me. And I just wanted to just say, just coming across on what you've just mentioned just now, and that is that, yeah, you have to admit to yourself what you've done in this lifetime in order to be able to hear the way through. Mm-hmm. And it is a confessional. It doesn't need to be with anybody else but yourself. Mm-hmm. But the sheer acknowledgement that you give yourself by understanding what you've done is magic in itself, and brings about the most tremendous healing that you could ever, ever, ever think of. And I've given it out at the moment to, I think it's about 15, 20 people at the moment, and I'm waiting for their input to come back on me. So I'm not trying to say to you that I have an answer that's going to help a lot of people, but I think that what it actually does do is it helps you on your journey so that you can hear clearly what it is that you are supposed to be doing here, rather than just jumping from one thing to another and becoming stuck at each brick wall that you come across. And that's basically what I wanted to say, really, in order to try and help, because I do believe that part of my journey is to help people out of what we are going into. And it's really interesting that you've used the analogy of the stars and the planets and the alignment that is coming into place over the next week. You know, it's just totally amazing what's actually happening at the moment, and the influence that we are actually getting from that. But a lot of us won't be able to understand it because of the communication with yourself. And I do believe that this alignment is going to be an opening for all of us to see the next change of humanity and the next step that we move on to. Thank you. That was what I wanted to say.
No, that's really great, Arthur. I mean, when you said, you know, the 7 bricks, or, you know, along the bottom, I really thought about what we were talking about, how that Ethiopian text talk about the 7 halls of heaven.
Yeah.
You know, and we now have to have the confidence of being able to pull on our ancient history, bring it to the now, and make it something that we can transcend from, that we can transform from. And that these are transformational tools. These are transcendence tools that we can use out of our own culture. You've brought it about by having dialogue with yourself. You've gone into that, what is your Ori. In Yoruba, Ori is the highest Orisha. Everybody will want to be Shango and Yemoja and Oshun and Ogun. They cannot come into you unless your Ori says so. So if your Ori has not had the opportunity to initiate or activate itself, remember, self-manifestation is an attribute to becoming an ancestor. You know, so what you've kind of presented there, Arthur, is a toolbox, is something that we take personal responsibility and be honest with ourselves with in our own private space, and our own personal integrity comes to the fore, comes forward. And if we don't do it, we're really missing something without that experience. We're just talking heads. We're just, you know, we're being like them.
We are.
And I tell you what, they will do that.
Yeah.
They may not do it in your school round the corner, but trust me, they're not becoming prime ministers and belonging to Bullingdon clubs and doing all of this in all of these universities without having gone through that. That arrogant confidence comes from that. That's how they manifest it, because they've got a different agenda to us. We're not here to dominate another race. No indigenous race is doing that. You know, I don't want to stay long.
A question's been asked. Does Arthur have the any pyramid diagrams? Do you have to give out? And because Jenny, you need to put a light on.
Oh yes, okay.
If I could just show you, I mean, like, I printed this off, but you can see I had a misalignment there already.
Okay.
But basically you start at the bottom and you go across and you gradually go up. Each word that you're using to describe an act that you have done or a thought that you have done must be of lesser value to the one previously. So here I've put kill was my first word, because there was a person at one point in my life, I suppose, that I wanted to kill. And then here at the very end.
So it doesn't have to actually need something that you've actually done. It's something that a thought. It can be a thought.
first thing that you have done in your life. So so with me, I actually wanted to physically hurt someone. So I could go across the bottom with the word kill, ABH, blah, 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 rape. And then I can go up and then I can start. But each thing that you have committed is lesser as you go up through the pyramid. Right. So that you're climbing it up and you're gradually coming to one word, and that one word is really, really the spiritual part where you are at the moment.
So it's both physical and mental. So it's something that you thought or something that you've done, or do you do two? Do you do one with the thoughts of, as you said, you probably wanted to kill somebody as a thought, or physically wanting to, but hasn't actually physically done, and something that you've actually physically done. So do you have two charts, one of thought and one of physical, or one of actual, so that something that you've actually done?
So it's both. So take both of them into consideration. If you've done it, then you write it. If you've thought it, then you write it. If on
I just qualify a bit of that thought, because I think the big thing is, in both cases, the centralizing point is intention.
Yes, yes. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to look. I mean, basically, it's about anger, and it's about how you have looked at yourself through your life, through everything that you have done that would be committing a crime to another person or to another soul. And you're looking at how that anger manifests itself or depletes itself as you go through the pyramid. Now, as you get to the very, very top of the pyramid, you'll find that the anger is no longer there. And what that actual word is at the end of it. I mean, people can email me and I will send it over to them. I mean, I've got part of the...
If you want to put your email in the chat when you finished,
sure.
That'll be helpful. But yes, so I see you've done the 7. So is there 7 parts at the bottom, and it's 6?
And you'll end up with 7 going up to the top. That's right. And you know, it's all part of your chakra and where the pain is inside your body as you go through, and as you rise through the pain that you're actually dealing with, there's nothing there that actually helps you to dissipate what you've actually committed yourself. And yeah, it's a confessional to yourself, but the miracle that comes out at the end of it is just unbelievable. You know, I can honestly say that I am a totally changed person to who I was when I started out on this particular.
Do you have to be in a certain state of mind to start? I mean, do you have to be really low, or you can be on a high, so to speak, or you're okay, but you're just trying it out? I mean,
just go for it. The other thing that I say is just pray before you start it. Just ask for wisdom, to be honest with yourself so that you can find the words that describe your journey. Okay. And that's basically it, really. No real constraints to it. I'm trying to put the formula together so that it can help people. And that's just the beginning of it. That's just number 1 formula. But there's lots to come out, but I need to be able to prove it that it works, and it only works by helping people. And just because it's my journey, it doesn't mean that it's going to help everybody out. You know.
Well, you have been asked if you have the pyramid sheets available, so I think you'll have to work on your work on it. So you have the boxes, and people just write in the boxes.
Yeah. But each, I didn't want to put too many words in it, because the people that I'm testing it out with, I want them to use their own words, and I don't want to for them to take my words on how I built my pyramid when I went through it. There was a whole section there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Really appreciate. There's a question that I'd like to kind of come to. When I mentioned about Ori and Orisha, it's really through divining that one would find the Orisha that has come in to help you. And one of the things that I was also would like from what I've presented today is to understand that we are a knowing people, that we come in with knowledge. We don't come in empty-headed and coming in without knowing what we've come in to do. At least in Yoruba culture, you've understood the events in your life that are going to be taking you and keeping you in alignment with your destiny. So you know your destiny. And the others that know your destiny are your ancestors, Olodumare, who is divine, your mates that you have on the other side, these are your Egbe, and you present that to Olodumare. This is what I'm looking to do when I come to earth. And Olodumare will say, good, go and see Orumila, go and see Ifa. And Ifa is going to give you the binary code. The 256 Ordus are binary code, they're code. That's why the computer is based on 256K. Is the code of the Ordu. And when you find out what that is, the deity, the Orisha, that says, through my nature force is the chart through which you're going to do your destiny, that you can do your destiny. But your Ori has to accept that Orisha, that nature force. Orisha are not just people, they are power forces, they are forces of nature. That's why they're called Oya, spirit of the wind, Oshun, spirit of the river, Yemoja, spirit of the sea, Ogun, spirit of iron, Shango, spirit of thunder and lightning, which are also weather metaphors. So we come in with science. We're not separated from science. It's just that we're in a world where they've had to look at things from the left hemisphere only, and with the inability to round it up in a right hemisphere. So through divination, you're finding out what your Ori is willing to accept. And what your Ori decides is the power force through which you can trod. You can make it happen. You can live your life. And with that, even before you come in to the world, you have a relationship with that binary, and you do an ebo, you do your own offering in preparation. You clear the way, you remove the negative energy charge so that it doesn't inflict on you, so that you are in alignment from the moment you enter. Even from the moment you conceive, you accept the DNA that you've chosen to come in with. So these are the learnings that have been outside of our reach. Up to now, we hardly have any schools. And since the 80s, we've been having conference and conference and conference after conference about education in the Black community, and we still don't have a burgeoning of schools. And the schools that we do have are very much junior schools. The schools that will take us to our children to GCSEs at 16, we don't have those schools. We don't have our own universities or colleges up to now. And don't tell me we've not had the money. So all of these things are all about, just to come back to what Arthur said, the development of self. And if we understand that it is our self-activation and manifestation that is a PowerPoint, and that is what these women in Africa that are having babies and are giving away. They're giving them away. They're selling it. That tells me we're still enslaved. Because under Ubuntu law, we're all together. Under Ma'at, we have interconnection. So somewhere, it may not be me, I'm living in London and I've got permanent light, I've got permanent water, I've got permanent transport, everything is available. A woman who doesn't have anything and gets an offer to get a couple of grand to have a baby, it's a very different reality, but I'm connected to it, whether I like it or not. You know, someone else had their hand. I think Nunu Queenie, you were saying something, you wanted to say something.
Oh, well, there were a couple of points. One thing that I wanted to ask you with the unfettering, because you've spoken about the Christianity, the Christian fettering, bondage. Do you do any work with people who are in the diaspora who have been fettered in other ways through Islam or other non-indigenous imposed religious formats?
Okay. So I haven't worked with anyone specifically with Islam to remove Islam. I have not done that, but I have done clearings in relation to their relationship with it and its effect on them. But I haven't gone through the process of the Islamic baptism or the Islamic initiation, inverted commas, and when that happens. I don't know it as a form. I don't know anything about Islam, actually. In terms of other spiritual systems, again, that's about clearing. And actually nobody from Islam has requested it, to be honest. So it's not been something that I would do. In terms of other systems, again, it's possible to unfetter from them in understanding how that initiation happened, how it did impinge itself on. And if you've already been baptized and you've gone to another religion that you've decided hasn't worked for you, you've got a bit of a double whammy, but it's kind of easier, if you like, to shift from the other religion because it's only gone so far anyway because Christianity is there, you know. So but the effects of group joining and the tools or means that they have tied, or you've tied yourself, then that's something that you can undo.
Right.
That's what I say. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other points or questions that anyone would like to raise?
Dawn's got her hand raised.
Ah, sorry. Okay.
Yes, I'd like to ask, so how does it work in your tradition? You have a divination done and then you would give a prescription to that person. Is that how it works in your system?
So if it's to do the okay, so there are a number of things in terms of what you're divining on. You can ask, what is the Orisha that is what they call it is on my head, and in some ways is what is the Orisha you've come in with, or the Orisha that has accompanied you in or identified itself to be with you, and you can divine for that. And then you would ask a question, is this something you know, in relation to acceptable by my Ori, and so on. And then you would therefore then think, what do I need to do in relation to harness that Orisha, that power force, that force of nature in my life? And that would be a question that you would ask with that. So there's that divining. And then, of course, there's the divining around an issue or desire that you may have. If you're looking to create a business, you would want to know, well, what are the energies involved here? Do I need to work with? And that's what you would ask about. And then you would look to understand, what do you need to do for that Orisha to work with you? Let's put it like that.
You did also say that they would have to agree to accept you, or
your Ori, yourself. Your Ori is your own self, your own head, your own life force in yourself. So it's only you have your Ori, and the only other connection that you have with your Ori is divine, i.e. God. And your Ori is your direct connection to heaven. Yes, so that's where your Ori sits. And this head is a pot. In our culture, the presence of the life force of the Orisha is placed in a pot. And the skull is the pot.
So what I wanted to ask is, some traditions do not agree with, like some Nigerians don't agree with people that are from Ghana. Mm-hmm. So in those instances, if someone comes to you who is not originally of that tradition, would you find it challenging to communicate with them, or?
No, I mean, in terms of diviners, your background or your personal religion or so doesn't come into the picture. They can still, they're over that. That isn't a preventative or prohibitive to being able to offer you an answer or to give you a result in some way. Yes. It really doesn't matter. You can come from anywhere in the world and ask a Babalao, or a female would be an Iyanifa, about the issue or what it is that you want. It really doesn't matter.
So how is it more beneficial to, because I know people from Cameroon, I know people from all over, and they all practice different traditions, and I'm just trying to compare them.
Well, the thing is, so the history, I mean, for example, Ifa is not just Yoruba. So a lot of West Africa has Ifa. Some say Ifa came out of Egypt. Some say Ifa came from the Nupe people. Some say Ifa began in Benin. You know, so what we have to try and understand for ourselves is that Africa has got, as much as there are languages, the thousands of languages, is as much references to names of divine that exist. Number one. And we're not, and so if I'm in South Africa and I want to have an answer that from someone, I have cowries that I work with, but I'm not a Babalao, I'm not an Iyanifa, but I can work with cowries. But if I decide, you know what, I'm going to ask someone else beyond myself for my issue, I won't have a problem in going to a Sangoma, you know, and working within that tradition to address my problem or issue. And they may well turn around and say, this may not be something for us to do. Your ancestors may want you to ask a question of Yoruba, you know, and so that would be a message back. So the communication is available, and you just have to be open to what the response is and committed to what is being prescribed. Because you can ask a question and they say, well, actually, you need to do A, B, C, D, and E, or you need to do A and B. And you say, oh, well, thank you, because you only were thinking about, well, I'll just ask a question. I don't have to take the medicine. But you're in violation already to ask the question and not follow through with the medicine. It's a bit like, you know, you've got something's wrong with your leg and you've been limping for ages and ages, still haven't solved it. And you go to the doctor says, actually, you need to do this, or you need to do that, or you need to do, and you go, okay, but it's 2 or 3 or 4 years later that you actually don't, you still haven't dealt with the leg, you still put up with the pain of it, and you still complain, and you just take paracetamol. Not going to work. So those are personal responsibilities and commitments that you have to accept, and that is a sign of your personal integrity, your genuinity towards yourself. And that is one of the key areas that we get distracted from, or we separate ourselves from.
Yeah.
Is that help a bit?
Very much so. I'd love to see all of the ancient sacred sciences combined. I'd love to see that.
Well, not everything is right every time, everywhere. You know, but I think it's good that if they have a platform that we can understand from, and the more that we can find where we come from as diaspora, we've got the issue of, you know, we know West Africa in general, but we've got, you know, the name of Jones and Wheatley and so on. And then we can trace, well, many Ghana people went to Jamaica, so there's a dominance of Ghana thing in Jamaica. Trinidad has got a dominance of Yoruba, so that's why we've got, you know, the Shango drums and so on. Haiti has got quite a lot of Igbo, and it's got, you know, so it's where were our people, where do we come from is a starting point to understand, well, where do I begin to work with an African spiritual tradition? Perhaps it's good to just find out where you come from first.
And it's human nature, like you say, it's human nature to pick and choose the bits that resonate with us and discharge the rest, isn't it? So
yeah, I think that's right, because in a sense we have that freedom in the diaspora, because there's so much that feeds in, and the more that we understand perhaps something like yoga, and we realize it's our own stuff, and the language we may be using is an Asian language, Hindi or so, but actually we're just, it's our own stuff. We began and understood yoga already.
But why is it that we need to have it approved as a religion? I don't understand that take.
Now, this is politics, you see. Remember, we were stopped from playing the drum, if you remember. There's been no respect for our own in the way that others, and we haven't given it that status either, because within Africa and the colonialization of Africa has meant that shrines get desecrated by the people that have always lived there since time immemorial, are desecrating their own shrines because of Christianity. That's the reversal issue that we've got. So it's all hidden and it's all like this. It's in a corner. It's something that, oh, you know, that we're hiding behind. And now it's a time that it's coming forward. And unfortunately, I told you, we're going mad. We, you know, because more and more are participating, and the West, people from the West are participating, and the UN has placed Ifa as one of the original spiritual processes of the world. Suddenly, oh, everybody else is saying it's okay. Maybe I will just start to look at it now. And that tells us where we are, that we require that. In regards to the direct issue about it being accepted as a religion, we also now need to have the same right to have a day off work because of our time. So for example, June is Ifa month in Yoruba land, and much of the diaspora who have it as Ifa Yoruba, because remember there's Ifa that is Candomblé, Ifa that is Santeria, Ifa that is Vodun, you know. But let's say the Ifa that is from the Yoruba, June is a time of Ifa month, this Orunmila month. So in that month, there are key dates that we would want in the same place as someone would have key dates for Yom Kippur or Diwali or any other spiritual tradition that officially allows you to have a paid day off. That's the mundane factor of it.
And also you're allowed to initiate Europeans and Caucasians.
Well, Babalaos do that. Babalaos do that. It's not me personally, I don't initiate, but Babalaos do that. And there are people who are non-Africans who you initiate to African spiritual traditions, yes. But, you know, there's no judgment on that, you know. When we know our history and we understand that the Bible, Psalms, for example, was written by Black women, you know, and they had an influence right across the Middle East, and the countries in Europe and the Middle East pay obeisance to Black women, that the Vatican has Black Madonnas, that most of the churches in Europe up to, I think, maybe even the 18th century had, you know, Black iconography of the Black Virgin and Child. So we've got to know our history, our spiritual background, you know, and who and where it came from, and that it was global, absolutely global. There are similar words in Native American languages that are in Africa. There are similar creative styles in Australia that are in Africa. You know, and that it isn't lost. It's there, it's, you know, it's called something else and it's got other things, and we've got this global division. And I'm not saying we suddenly all become all-encompassing. No, what did Marcus Garvey say? Everyone will gather under their own vine and fig tree. You've got to find your own vine and fig tree, beginning with yourself. If you're from the Caribbean, inevitably you're going to have some kind of mix-up somewhere, probably. It's been very hard for anybody in the Caribbean to be able to say they are pure blood African from start to finish in the past 500 years. I think that might be quite difficult. So then why would I deny that I have a Scottish grandfather? I love Scotland. I'm really easy in Scotland. I just feel at ease in Scotland. I can walk anywhere in Scotland. I'm okay with, I just like this about Scotland and Celtic culture, and I have it in my blood. Why am I going to deny it when Scotland is actually named after an African queen called Scota?
Yes, yeah. Are you going to talk about the unfettering? You got an event coming up?
Well, I am doing unfettering with a couple of people. That's already booked. If people want to talk to me more about unfettering, please do get in touch. I'm happy to talk to you more about it so that you can understand what that process is And yeah, that's what I would say.
And if you want to go further, as I said, once you found out from Sister Kasheni about unfettering, and you want to be or like to be unfettered, she's got an event coming up in about mid-November, isn't it, or just the beginning of November?
Yes, and I'm also going to do an introduction to Ori, where you will understand what Ori is, and then you can understand the dialogue that you can have with Ori in regards, well, not the dialogue as such, but more the prayers that you can do to your Ori as part of your protection. This is something that, again, we do need more of to understand how we can armor up, you know, because we get affected and, you know, we get arrows thrown at us and various things and all of these things that in dreams and visions, things that can try and enter. So we need to be able to close that off and know how to do that. So that would help as well. That's a good one to work with. I'll be doing a course in conjunction with Auntie Jean in regards to Ori also. So you have my number. Do get in touch.
Do you want to put your number in the chat?
I can do, yes, of course. Are there any more points or anything else someone would like to raise in any way?
So Arthur's got his hand up. You've got some questions in the chat also, Arthur.
I'm learning as to how that actually happens, but one of the things that I wanted to say
is it possible to adjust your camera?
Adjust it.
Because yeah, we're just seeing your mouth.
Oh, okay. All right, let me just shove something underneath here.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Right, one of the things that I wanted to say that may have a little bit of understanding as to why we are confused at the moment. And in our ancestral DNA that's been handed down to us, you've got many different languages that are placed within that DNA. And here you are now reaching a part in life that you are trying to find answers and you wonder why you can't find the answers. Mm-hmm. The answers are within you. It's in your DNA. The problem is understanding what your DNA is actually telling you. And part of that confusion is brought about because of the English language. How can you now translate a language that I don't even understand, has been taught to me, all of the wisdom that I need through all of the different lifetimes that I've been through in this particular lifetime? You just can't do it because it's too confusing. So one of the things that I've been able to do within one of the things that I did do within it, which was after I did the pyramid, was to clear each word by understanding the word from the English dictionary. It takes us from English. We're then able to translate it back to, it tells us spiritually what we are trying to say to ourselves. And then through that comes the spiritual understanding, which gives you the greatest breakthrough of all, because you know within your heart what you should be doing. You know, you're not confused about this particular language or that particular language or that religion or that. It's there within you. You know the peace that's there within you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
There's a question for you, Arthur. It says,
sorry, I can't see it. Sorry, I'm just new to Zoom, so you have to.
Okay, I think somebody was asking a question.
I can't see it though. Where would I see the question?
Oh, I think somebody just asked a minute ago. The question basically says, Arthur, it works for you. You have proven that it works. Therefore, know this, it works. You can teach people that they are in of themselves, magical, just with this process that you've brought forth. Is there a forthcoming book and stroke or training that you can offer? Again, yay. And another one was so that she got cut off during the start of your talk. And are we just writing as a confessional, or is this a process to be done? Also, where has the structure for the pyramids come from?
Gosh, there's so much that I could show you. I don't want to hijack. I don't
I see your internet, I don't know if it's me, but your internet just broke up just then.
I have the...
Your internet is breaking up. Could you repeat, please?
Can you see?
I can see you, but your internet.
Sorry, I think Auntie Jean, it may be yours.
Oh, is it
because
mine?
I can hear him clearly.
Oh, is it? Okay, it's mine then. Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing him clearly as well.
Okay, so it's mine. All right. But could you repeat it for me then, please? Because I missed it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All I'm saying is I'm not saying that I have found the answer. All I'm saying is that with every time I listen to people, I am, what's the word, enthralled by each and everybody's journey. And the one thing that I do believe in is that all of the answers are there within your DNA. The confusion lies between the language that you're speaking now and the language that you're trying to pick up spiritually. So what I did, unbeknown to myself, was to clear each word. So as you've gone through the pyramid and you've written down every word that you've done, and we'll use the word confessional if you want, for it's an easy word for us to understand at the moment, for your own personal confessional, clear that word in the English dictionary and find out the derivation of where that word actually came from. Through that understanding of each word that you have chosen to put in your pyramid really does have magic. And what can I say? I'm trying to prove what I have. It's still early days. People have come back and told me, wow, Arthur, that's brilliant, you know, and so I'm continuing along that same road and learning like everybody along here. It's all about your journey and it's all about understanding the self. That's
Thank you.
All I can do is just share with that.
Thank you. Can you put your details?
Sorry?
Can you put your details in the chat, please?
How do I do that?
So people to get your email address so you can send them the pyramid.
Okay.
Either that or send it to Kasheni.
You send it to me, then I can always do a follow-up and put it as a link that people can do.
Send it to Kasheni.
Because I think I would have yours. I think we've got your email, I think.
Yeah.
Because you signed in. One of the things I just want to take from what you're saying, Arthur, and unfortunately I can't remember the sister's name, but her surname is Bey, B-E-Y, and she has a website and she has some presentations on YouTube about the English language. And it's very, very interesting. She knows dictionaries really, really well.
Yeah.
And one of the things that she talks about English is like how we now understand the word morning, and that when we're actually saying good morning, we're actually talking to, we're saying good grieving.
Yes.
That's actually what we're actually saying.
Yeah.
And what the word blessed and so on is, and what that means, and the word nice and so on. And it's a kind of what she called an equivocal language. It's equivocal. So there's always an underlying other to the words that are spoken in English.
Yeah.
It's always, there's always a second energy that it's marking that inevitably is not always of your benefit.
Yeah.
So while you're saying nice, it actually does mean the opposite.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that that's a critical thing for us to understand, because look how we are dialoguing with it now. We're using it. We try and expand our vocabulary. We're trying to, you know, do so much with it.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is to our detriment. So we have to be really clear about what that is, and look to our African languages, because again, the vibrational factor of our African languages, and so on. You know, ekaro, you know, as a greeting, and so on. Alafia, again, as a greeting. And these days we're including the multicultural aspect of it. And then over and above all of those things, intention leads the way. So we can be saying good morning and it may have that negative, but if that's what we remember to say, let's not beat ourselves up either, because our intention is to say something good for the day, you know, so we can't get caught up with that either, but it doesn't stop us from having the understanding and bringing about the change that we want. Yeah. We have to carry those two aspects so that we don't stress, but also that we continue to develop and do and make things better for ourselves through managing that. Yeah. Are there any other points that anybody would like to raise?
I just wanted to say something to Shani. We were talking about words, and it brought me back to the Catholic Church where I was raised in. And I have disconnected from that physically, spiritually, mentally. But I can tell you, I can sit here and bring up a whole prayer that I haven't said in over 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And what that has a lot to do with is programming.
Yes.
You know, and we have to take this into reference when we're trying to deplete and get rid of things that we've learned. It has taken over our mindset and even the way that we think and operate.
Yes.
You know, so with the unfettering, it is important in that sense to release certain things that you have no idea, right? These words are spells. We conducted spells when we speak. And nobody's teaching our children that at school. So, you know, for me, within Christianity, they did serious rituals on us. This is why I could remember a prayer that I haven't said over 30 years, you know, that I don't even have a connection with. But that has to do with the programming as well. So to me, that work that you're doing with unfettering is important to help release all of these things that you have no use for, you know, that is not part of your energy or your vibe, you know. Why do I want to remember a prayer from the church that I haven't said? But I had to look at myself and say, yeah, I did do rituals within the Catholic Church, you know, the baptism, the first communion, the confirmation, you know, and then the marriage within the church. It's a whole sacrament. Their things are not joke, you know. So I knew from them when I was a little girl that something wasn't correct, but you know, it was a journey. I needed to understand it was a journey for me to understand what this is. So, you know, that unfettering is very, very important. I just wanted to say that.
Well, I'm really glad that you've said that, because one of the things that happens at death, and there is someone does mention it on a YouTube video. I wasn't able to find it in time to recall it. I couldn't, yeah. Is that at death, you also enter into your religious programming, and you're on automatic. And that is just something really important to bear in mind. And I'll bring up Sister Jan. She had just about done enough and had influence from her sister who isn't at all Christian. The rest of the family are staunch Christians. And the one sister and her consciousness, her Black consciousness, is what brought her to come to my place and participate in ceremony that I was doing with Orisha. And less than a year later, and on her passing, she came here. She'd seen enough, she'd gone through enough, and of course she's got the culture that she was involved in as Black consciousness, as Black community, as a Pan-Africanist, and doing her work in that. She still had Christianity that she was involved with, doing the Pan-African and the politicization and so on. But she made a point and entered into traditional on a level. And I will dare say, it's helped her. She didn't go to the church. She came to Ifa. She'd just about done enough to step over the programming that the church puts in. We have to remember that we have made a contract with the church, with Christianity, when we do the baptism. We are initiated.
Exactly. Exactly.
And there are laws that go with that, whether we choose to keep them or not, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they bring up the contract. You're one of ours. You walk this way. That's what happens at death.
Yeah. So, Kashani, I'm just to remind you, it's coming up to 4 o'clock.
Yes. So people have been very, very good. You've been here. I think we've had good discussion. Are there any points people would like to raise or point about, or anything else as we close?
There was just one thing I do have an answer to, but you might also have a different answer as well, about the 9-night. Why is there a 9-night?
I'll let you go first with your answer.
Okay. Well, the 9-night of what I'm aware of is that during the times when we was enslaved, and they hung us by the tree. Our families wasn't allowed to take us down until the 9th night. So hence they celebrated the 9th night, because they was able to get their loved ones from the tree to do what they needed to do to bury them. But they had to be hanging as an example, or to put anybody else off of what they're supposed to have done, or just to be there. They had to be hanging for about at least 9 days, 9 nights. So the 9th night, their loved ones took them down. So that's what I know of the 9 nights, and that's sort of like that's carried on.
So yes, and that's the thing of it. How I see the 9-night now, and personally, I think maybe we should not do. I would put myself on and say, let's stop doing it. Because if you imagine the ritual and evil magic that would have gone on in those 9 nights before we were able to take that body down by the others, we don't need to give them that space anymore.
I just wanted to say 9 is the completion number.
It's a completion number. It's a number of Oya. And it's a feminine number. It's got all of those things, but is it actually working for us? And have we been able, it's a bit like, I know it's going to sound weird what I will say, but it's a bit like people turning the word nigger around as something to identify with as a positive. It ain't. It really isn't. End of.
Isn't it when our spirit rose? That's what I've always known it to
Right.
mean.
So it's got all of these. In terms of 9-night, to me, or how I see it and have been thing with it, is that the spirit is worked with in its journey as it understands what's happened, and by the 9th night, it's ready to make that crossover.
Yep, that's what I've always known it to be.
So, but it's in process from day one, in a sense. And the family and loved ones take that process from day one. You don't just hand the body over, but it stays in the morgue, or it stays at the funeral directors, and then you gather around and talk and eat food on the 9th night and remember, and then a couple of weeks later you go to a funeral. That's pretty much the basic of what people are doing. But no, prayers begin from the point of passing. And it's a gradual. The spirit is made ready. It goes forth, it goes forth, it goes forth. And by the 9th night,
it rises.
It rises.
Yeah, I've always heard that.
Gone. And so these two.
Can I quickly interject, please? Because the topic this evening was supposed to be, are your loved ones crossover?
Yes.
And I thought that this evening we were going to, we started at 12, I think. I thought we were going to be looking at how to be able to better answer that question or relate to that question. And I just think we've just started to do that in terms of looking at what you are saying now about the 1st up until the 9th night. Yes. And as I said at the start, my mother died 40 years ago, and I have started on my own a 40-day ritual to mark that. But I don't know anything about what you are saying now about the 1st to the 9th night, and that's what I was hoping to gain. So it looks to me like we need a part 2. I'm serious, because I get a sense that what we need to learn hasn't
there's a lot to learn, and yes, we can't get it all in one session. So yes, you're right, we do probably need a part 2 and possibly a part 3 so that we can get a fuller understanding of what we need to know.
Yes, I guess time ran on, but I really felt that quite from what I gave today was really a context to be able to handle the rest, if you see what I mean. So I think the journey that we've made may have missing parts in terms of the practicalities of what we need to do. And I'm trying, and I want to be very careful that I don't start to give a list of 1 to 10s of what to do. Just in a session like this, I don't think that's appropriate.
Yeah, it's just a outline and a knowing. There is a question. How would the C19 affect your rituals and burials? And yes, that's it. How would the COVID-19 affect the rituals and burials?
I don't feel affected by it, to be honest. I haven't seen it. I haven't been to any hospital during this time. And as we said at the very start, 2 people passed yesterday, and I've already had discussion about preparing a shroud or strips that was described of the parchment, but I would probably do that on cloth, or it might be parchment to go with and in the coffin. We did Sister Jan, Lady Leo, during that time, and a brother did some work with some cloth that he put and accompanied into the coffin. So I don't think there's anything in the way from the COVID. It's already over once, in a sense, apart from the social distancing. Now that, yes, it is an important point, because the energy and as we saw with the rituals, we saw the footage from Haiti, it was a gathering. People came and they gathered and they gave to it. That's very, very difficult when you can only have 10 people standing 6 feet apart.
I think it's 30 now.
Is it 30 to say prayers? So
no, it's gone back down, Auntie Jean. It's gone back down now that we're on the higher tier. And what I meant by that was, there's no 9 night, and there's no, what's it called before the ceremony before? The wake.
The wake, I see. Well, people have had, I mean, is that as of now? Because I know people have had, well, you see, the 9 nights have been on Zoom, haven't they? People have had some 9 nights on Zoom.
And they're insisting on cremation rather than burial.
That's the other thing. That
Mother way Africa, you can't tell what they've done with the body parts.
Well, this is, it's just you end up, you see, therefore you're carrying ashes, and there are whole other significances.
What?
Ashes.
Of what though? You don't know if it's your loved ones.
And then sometimes it's a bit of a conveyor belt in terms of cremation. So there may be a mix of ashes.
There is a mix. They don't burn just one body. They
No,
burn a number of bodies.
So you don't know whose ashes you're coming back with.
Exactly. It's a mixture of bodies that you come back with. Unless you've prepared your funeral well in advance, then you've got everything all coffin, grave, the whole lot.
Yeah.
The funeral.
Sister Amma?
No, I was just going to say this. Yeah, it's been a long while, but I'm still fully engaged. But it seems to me that we need now to take full responsibility as individuals in our community to really learn about this, because this has been a fantastic session, and you know, yeah, I could go on for another 2 or 3 or 4 sessions just to learn. But one of the things that worries me is the fact that we, even in Africa, I mean, my own mother, when she passed, she was left in the fridge for like 2 months before she was buried, and this is in Africa. And that tradition, not tradition, that what's the word? That habit is becoming entrenched in our societies, and it's a real shame, because we're losing the traditional spiritual examples, and we're also taking on, you know, sort of modernity overlaid with Christianity, Islam, or whatever, and we're not, you know, it's a mishmash. But what I'm hearing here today is really paring it all back and coming back to understanding where we are, you know, what we need to relearn, and then, you know, to be at peace with ourselves, so that we can help our dearly departed, so to speak.
I think that's really important points. And, you know, a lot of the money side of burial is just implicit in how we are engaging with it. In Africa, there's a tradition that a year after the passing, they do a condolence. And that's when many members of the community will come. And that condolence now is all about, because you've got this kind of family in the West sending money back home to family in Africa. There's this thing of, that's how you gauge how people are, what is the money that they're making, how well are they doing, you know, and it's by what is in the condolence. So you would have singers, and you would have this, and you would do a whole heap of display in and around the passing of that person, that in traditional days didn't have that kind of cost, but now it's this big expenditure that becomes the example of how much that person was loved. And if you remember what I said, it was how much they were mourned, they were cried for, that told the community, you know, that the family was shamed if the dead person was not mourned, wasn't cried for. People didn't.
They had wailers, didn't they?
Exactly.
You had to wail.
You had to wail. In the Islamic community, you have people that specifically wail, you know, and so these things have become commercialized these days now. You know, everybody wants to get paid for that, and they want to make it a grand thing, as opposed to the real reason and the effects of the vibration that it brings, you know. And one of the things was raised with with others was, we should be, by now we don't even have our own graveyard, so that we have got a protected place, and people just can't walk in and go to our family's grave and do a juju there and do a bit of magic there. You understand? We want our own place that's cordoned off, and it's just us. There's nothing wrong with that. We just need to buy the land. And do we have, as a community, the consciousness we need to bring something like that about? to make that happen.
Yeah. A question's asked, do you do one-to-one sessions? But I suppose your Sister Kasheni's telephone number is in the chat. So if you make a note of that, and I suggest you get in contact.
Yeah, just get in contact
Personally.
with me. That's the best thing there.
Okay. All right.
How is it with people? Any other points to be raised? I mean, are people feeling that there's stuff being missing? I think it's a really good point that was raised, and we do want to perhaps now start to write a bit more about how we deal with death, and start to perhaps support the community and remind the community that this is something you can include when someone passes, and what you would need.
Sorry, my understanding about burial and burning is that you bury because the ancestors need to have the bones there in the earth.
Yes, that's a whole other thing, the bones, yeah.
Yeah. And when it comes to the burning aspect, it is not our traditional way of burial. Now, in reality, we don't possess any rules on taking our dead and preparing them for burial, because we live in a system that takes control of that. Now, I see those things not by mistake. I see that as purpose. They set these things purposely so that we don't render our own power in how we need to connect with our own people. You understand? So nothing they're doing, they're burning all of a sudden they're burning people like nobody's business. But that to me is a real problem. A European lady said to me one day in discussion about death and burying, that they bury women further in feet in the earth than they bury men in Europe. And I was like, okay. I said, why? And she said it's something had to do with their feminine intrinsic power that they have. But I realized that she didn't really want to give me too much information, because, I quickly responded. When she said, I was like, really? So why? And she was like, very reserved. So I think it's criminal, really, that we don't have space and the freedom to conduct our own ceremonies how we see it. When I first came to this country, I understood then that Halloween was at the time what we call in Trinidad as All Saints, where we go to the cemetery and clean up and light candle and say prayers and do all of these things. So for me, when I saw Halloween, I was like, oh, that's what they use, that they turn it around on its face. Yeah, to perpetuate something and get our children involved in things that had nothing to do with them. So a lot of the times, the way how they set a lot of things, they purposely did it just for us to not connect to, as you say, our true being. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. And you really reminded me for a point that Sister Dawn raised, which was why is it a reason to have our religions or our spiritual traditions legitimized? And that is exactly one. We do not have our own council. We don't have a boundary or a frame that the community can turn to and say the person has died. This is what we will do next, and this is how we engage the funeral directors, or they're stayed in a place in which there are people that are there officially to see and look after the body. We just don't have that, and we've become so accustomed to being like everybody else, which means that we're being so much like white people, because the Muslims have their own, the Jewish people have their own, the Asians have their own. And it begins with their own family, you see. And we know that this is a Muslim funeral. We know that this is a Jewish funeral, you see. We're just beginning with traditional marriage and things like that, that's coming through. But, and even with births now and naming ceremonies, that's becoming more available and part of the consciousness. But the death, we're just carrying on same way. And all that's happening is we're having black versions of, the funeral directors. Are they doing something that's specifically cultural? Or are they bringing something to the table that isn't just culture in terms of style, but in content to do with spirituality, and is it that their role to do that? And are the traditional priests in relationship with them? So these are things, and what the brother Arthur said about communication, I would suggest as well. And that kind of meetup that isn't for business own sake, but really providing for us all. I think that would be a good thing, for sure.
Sorry, could I just say something, just as in a little appendix to what you just said? Two things popped into my mind just now. I went to see a funeral director in Leeds about 3 or 4 years ago. It's a black funeral directors in Chapeltown. And we had a lengthy discussion, and during that discussion, what transpired was not really many black people, not many people from the community really use them. But the Hindu temple, this humongous gold-plated building, pretty much next door, they only ever went to this Caribbean funeral directors to bury their dead.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, this is a problem that we have. Yeah. Everybody else gets it about us except us. Yeah. They don't want anybody else to put their hands on their dead. Yeah. They have priests. It's a big old temple. Yeah. Why they have enough money? Why don't they have their own funeral director company in Chapeltown in Leeds, where there's enough Asians and around Hare Hills and stuff? Why don't they have their own? Why do they need to use the Caribbean funeral directors next door? Yeah. I also spoke to a funeral director in London who equally was suffering from lack of local community input. And I was told by this funeral director that there were three funeral directors along the same main drag, only a few doors apart. And again, yeah, very, very rarely did she get to bury people from the community. And she said she would watch people purposely go anywhere but there from her window. And one day, a very old lady who was in her 90s, who was local, came in, asked for some prices, left, and went and did what she needed to do somewhere else. So she collared this woman another day and she said, "Why did you go there and not come with me? Come on, you're an elder, you know." And the woman said to her, "Black people don't know nothing about death."
Ooh.
Great.
That's a big statement right there. That's the frame of mind that we have. Told you, we're mad
with everything. With everything. It's not that, it's with everything.
It's the same in education, isn't it?
Yeah, with everything. I see we have Chief Montana in the house. I'm balling you out. So have you got any questions or have you got a statement or anything, Chief? You're muted.
Okay. How's everyone doing today?
We're doing good.
Good. I've kind of been in and out. I'm creating shrines for my students this weekend, so they're stopping in and out to pick up their shrines or do whatever they come to do. So I've kind of been in and out. So I know sort of what the conversation's about. I don't like the conversation that I've heard so far has been like so on point. Like everything has been on point, and there's not been a lot, for me to add, and we just outside of, in many instances, especially in regards to how we bury our family members, we're so far to the left. We've lost our way in so many instances, and I can remember growing up as a child. I grew up in the deep South. I'm in the U.S., so I grew up in the deep South, where if you go to a lot of the churches or you go to burial services, you'll see like where traditions are still there. And I didn't realize that some of the things we did the first time I went to a burial service, and when the women went to my friend's, his grandmother passed. When women went there and they prayed for the night, I was like, oh, we did that when I was a kid. And so the women would pray through the night. And I remember that vividly when I was a child, that the body would be in the room of the person who transitioned, and the women from the community would come and pray, through the night. And when I saw that, I was like, whoa, it blew me away, because I hadn't seen that since I was a child. But nowadays we actually use someone else's burial rites to bury our people. And for people who practice Christianity, you can't even find those burial rites in the Bible. They're not there. And so we're using someone else's methods, and we don't even know whose methods that we're using. We have no clue. We can say they're European, but from what European ethnic group do they come from? We have no clue at all. And so we're using what's meant for someone else to use to bury their people, not what's meant for us. And there's so many rituals that go into the burial process, where we've turned it into one day. And it's I know within my tradition, it's a 40-day process. And then after the 40 days, a year to the date, you come back together and you do more rituals. And so we turn it all into one day, and there's no follow-up after the burial. Like someone may bring you food, someone may give you a phone call, but there's no one there to help the family or help the if it's a widow, help the widow actually go through the mourning process and the grieving process. There's no one there, and we don't understand. So I can speak from my tradition, definitely, which is Kali. When someone transitions, on the 7th day, that's when you have the first burial. Unless it's on a Wednesday. If it's on a Wednesday, because we don't do rituals on Wednesdays, we'll do it on a Thursday. But then 7 days from that day, there's another burial. So the mother side of the family does one burial, then the father side does another. Oh. And then there's a whole nother burial process 7 days from there. So it's like 21 days of this burial process that takes place in rituals that take place every 7 days. And everything is significant. And through the process, we're calling in, the ancestors of the person who transitioned to basically take them home. Mm-hmm. And I'm giving like a very surface, explanation of like how it works, but that's the gist of what happens. And it depends upon whether or not, if you are an elder in the community, there's a totally different burial process for you. Mm-hmm. If you're a chief, there's a totally different burial process for you. If you were a priest or a priestess, it's a totally different process for you. If you were a child, there's a different process. If you were a child and, for example, you were still suckling, then if you were female, then on the third day, then there's a ritual done for you. It's not as vast as the burial process for an adult, but it involves milk, and there's some other things that we do on the third day for a female, on the fourth day for a female. For a male, it's on the third day. We do something for the male child. And, in the West, or in the diaspora, we don't do anything remotely close to any of that at all. And we don't understand that it is our obligation to perform these burial rites for our family members. We're obligated to do that. We're obligated to take care of them. We're obligated to make sure that their transition into the ancestral realm is successful. Like we're obligated to do that, period. And we don't, I can say within my tradition and some other traditions, we don't do cremation. That's within my tradition, that's a taboo.
Mm-hmm.
Even to do a cremation on the land, period, whether or not you're in a tradition or not, is a taboo. A few years ago, there was some Chinese there doing some construction, and one of the construction workers, he fell from the top of the building, and he passed, unfortunately. And the Chinese cremated him, and that created a drought. And so the elders couldn't figure out, like the community was like, what's going on? Why isn't it raining? It's the middle of rainy season, and anyone who's been in Africa during rainy season, you know that it's like a monsoon every other day. And so divination was performed, and they discovered like someone was cremated, and that is a huge taboo. And so we had to do rituals in order to remedy that situation, because it's taboo to do that within our tradition, within the tradition that I practice. And so we don't understand a lot of times, how important it is to actually know the process of burial.
Mm-hmm.
It is a full ritual. And whatever we're doing today is not remotely close to what we should be doing. It's not even remotely close at all. Even within, when I looked at other traditions, there's always some type of burial process. Even when I knew a friend of mine whose wife was Eritrean, and I went to her funeral, and Eritreans, they're primarily Christian, and even within their services, it was all ritual. It was 100% ritual, and it was all about providing for the person who transitioned to make sure that they had a safe transition. And that service wasn't remotely close to what we do here in the West. I think the closest thing was that she was in a casket. That was the only thing that was similar, period. Outside of that, it wasn't close, not remotely. But we have to really begin to get back to, what's ours. It is so important, because we don't understand the impact that it has on us. We don't understand the impact that it has on our ancestors. We don't get that, because many of us believe that once you die, you're dead. A lot of people actually believe that once you die, it's done. And I was having a conversation with someone a couple of days ago, and they were saying that, oh, once you die, that's it, and you just have to wait for Judgment Day, and either you're going to go to heaven or hell. But this is someone who will say, oh, You know, when my grandmother passed, you know, she came to my sister. Like it's a weird relationship that we have with death. It's valid when it happens to us. Like if our grandmother or mother or someone comes to us or comes to a family member, we truly believe that they came because there's some message that they'll deliver. But outside of that, if someone says that, oh, there's an ancestor, people will be in denial of that. It's a weird relationship that we have with death and with our ancestors. It's very weird. But yeah, we have to really begin to return to our traditions. It is so vitally important because we don't understand the fact that like land can be desecrated as a result of violating, you know, traditions. We don't understand that at all.
Okay.
We don't understand when we don't take care of our family members who transition. They can wander, and they'll just be wandering around. They can lose their way. And so we have to begin to really, really, really take a deep dive and not be afraid of what Hollywood has told us we should be afraid of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we're like puppets on a string.
True. True.
And whatever Hollywood says, we believe it.
Yeah, yeah. It's all part of the media. It's all part of the what's the word? The indoctrination and the mind. What do you call it? I've got to pick the words. Brainwashing. Yes, the brainwashing. Yes, but thank you so much,
Can
Chief
I just
Montana.
ask a question, if I may, Chief Montana? Because it seems to me part of that not having, you know, our own burial process, to me goes hand in hand of how we don't engage with ancestral ceremony as well.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't know. I think I'm assuming that in the US where you are, you may have more availability of that, but here we don't really do ancestral ceremony or ritual.
You know what I've noticed is that I know here, and I, you know, it may be like this around in other places in the diaspora. People actually venerate their ancestors, and they have no clue that that's what they're doing. They do it here all the time. Like I've been to, like a friend may invite me to go to their church. I'll go. That doesn't bother me. And I'll go, and they will actually light candles, and then they will call the names of the people who transitioned. And then they'll have like this moment of silence, which is like they're actually like 5 minutes the last time I saw something like that. And they will acknowledge them, and they don't even understand like that's what they're actually doing. And so there's some acknowledgement that exists, but it's like here in the States, like the ancestors is like now becoming the buzzword. So we have more and more people who are curious about ancestors, but it's the curiosity stops at, oh, I'm gonna pour libation, and it really stops there. And people are afraid to go further because they will say, oh, I'm afraid because, you know, something is going to happen to me. And they actually believe that they're going to open up this gateway and all of these bad spirits are going to come in their home and snatch them from their beds and drag them down the street and do whatever they do to them. Like I've actually had people tell me that. Like if they pour libation, they're opening up a gateway and some bad spirits are going to come and attack them. Like people believe that. And so they will tiptoe around the periphery of ancestry. That they'll do that, but they won't go any further than the acknowledgement that, oh, I have ancestors. And most people go that far and that's it, as far as they go. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Montana.
You're welcome.
And if anybody wants to see more of Chief Montana, he's going to be back here with the African Culture Market on the 22nd of November, and also looking to do a series of workshops. So, so thank you.
There's a hand up, Auntie Jean.
Sorry?
There's a hand up, I think.
Yeah, but we have to carry on. Sorry, so that has to, we have to wrap up. We did start at 12 and I've got to get ready for later on as well.
Oh yeah. There's the culture market is on tonight. There's going to be some current affairs from Brother Vasco. I'm quite interested in what the elder has to say, because I don't know how it is for you, Chief Montana, but the whole election issue and who Trump really is and what his relationship is to the community. I mean, we've got him as a, you know, is he a devil in disguise or is he a God in disguise? You know, is he an angel in disguise? You know, because it seems that he has done certain things on certain levels that certainly the Democrats never did. And there's all this bad spin. Or is he actually, you know, this Ku Klux Klan, you know, something, you know, that's going on. So it's so mixed, the information, and Brother Vasco has really been kind of clarifying that. I mean, how does all of that sit for you?
Well, so for me, I sit like a fly on the wall and watch.
Okay. Yeah.
I enjoy doing that because I can see the things that he's done that the Democrats wouldn't touch. I've seen those things. And then I've seen other things that I'm like, okay, I don't know about that one. So it's like a mixed bag. However, I am actually very thankful that he was elected president because it's awakened so many of us. So I'm very thankful for that. And it's had us to begin to look at ourselves differently, like in the world. You know, I loved it when he said, Africa was full of a bunch of blah, 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 whole countries. I loved it when he said that because it woke people up and it started a conversation that we weren't having. So I didn't like that. I don't like the way he said it, but however, I'm glad he said it because it sparked a lot of conversation. So I don't know. I'm waiting till the last minute to vote, so I'm not going to vote until Tuesday. So we'll see.
Okay, interesting.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Montana.
You're welcome.
All right. Sister Kasheni?
Yes, thank you so much, Auntie Jean. I didn't expect it to be going till this late. I thought we'll probably go over by half an hour, not by 2.5 hours.
Right.
But I'm really hoping that that there's a ripple effect from our participation, and that we do come together again, and that perhaps we do look at more of the burial protocols that we can introduce, and that people start to take on board and learn from. There are people that are experts. I wouldn't call myself a super expert. I'm not, but I do carry out crossover. It is something successful that I do. And I do crossover with not just death that has happened now, but death that has happened back in the day and before. So I think that's something to bear in mind and be reminded of, and for the community to start gaining awareness that we have a responsibility, we have an ability, we have the means, we have the know-how, and that it's within our culture. We're not desecrating ourselves, and we're certainly not being a violation in regards to Christianity either, so hopefully this has been something that people can take away, spread the word about, have more discussions, find out what people do know, and there'll be memories that people will have from growing up, from family, from aunts, from grandparents. Let's gather those stories and be and be proud of death, actually. You know, we heard how death came and stayed and how, you know, divine tried to send other to us, but it was death that came and stayed, and it hasn't stopped divine from being with us at all. So it's really time to celebrate and welcome it for what it is, and ensure that our people reach where they have to reach. Let's really make a point of taking responsibility for that and fulfill that, because we would want that for ourselves. I want somebody to make sure that I have crossed over. I really do. And maybe that's what this is for me. All of you now know, if when I pass, please make sure, if you're still alive in 150 years, because I will be, but then, you know, just make sure that that's what happens to me. And I want you to make sure, to ask me to make sure that that happens for you as well, you know? So, yeah, I give thanks. Ashe.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. And thank you, Sister Kasheni. As your last words, you're going to let us know when you're going to organize a part 2.
Indeed. We'll talk about that, Auntie Jean, and we'll find a time before perhaps end of the month, end of November, maybe something like that, and invite others to come and join, and let's just keep talking about it. It's good talk. It's been good talk today from people.
Yes.
I think we would all agree.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for joining us, and looking forward to everybody joining us again in the very near future. Let's talk about the very near future. Later on in a couple of hours, we've got the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. Unfortunately, one of the presenters is not going to be there, but it gives more time for Elder Vasco Stevenson to do his current affairs. I think that went over for 2 hours last time. And also Winston True is going to be doing the Paul Bogle story. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all from 7 o'clock till 10. And also we have Sister Sasha Johnson is going to be doing a presentation, a short presentation, and also a sister called Noreen. So my telephone number, I'll put my telephone number in the chat if you haven't got the link already, and you can get in contact with me and I'll give you the link if you're able to join us later on. So thank you all for joining us.
Let me say to you, sorry to interrupt, but I forgot, I want to say also thank you to Nunu Queenie, to Amma, and to Sandy also for doing translation, to Naomi, for being willing and telling us your story, to Sister Isacha that have also contributed and telling your story, and thank you to Martha for telling me what you have brought forward as well. I really give thanks to all of those contributions, because the substance of our discussion was live and direct and true, and the integrity that you came. So I truly give thanks. And to you, Auntie Jean, without a shadow of a doubt, let us remember that today, yesterday, your father passed, you know, and today you have stood strong and talked about that same issue. You know, that's courage, that's strength, that's purpose. And really, we really give thanks that you were able to hold strong with that, to carry forward without a shadow of a doubt. There are many that would not be able to, and to talk of the substance, but there are things that you know, and you know, it's really, all the things have come into play for us to do this today.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, a female passed and a male passed yesterday. All the significances are relevant. They really are. And the message is bright and clear. Let's not ignore it. Let's not put it away. Let's see what we have to do. Let's keep talking.
Yes.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
Asheo.
Asheo. Auntie Jean, do you?
Yes.
Do you want to say a closing prayer, Amma, in Twi for us?
Oh, yeah.
Please. Oh, just a quick thank you also to Chief Montana.
Yes, I shall. Nananum, Yedamasi P. Say, Mutme my ambition. Na yang susu nsemi yehu bi. Yeda yang sister. Mama Auntie Jean ni susu sansemi. Mwe amai beshia nyina odo na de mobile. Morocco ya monfo donko. Na yang adofo ya wonga beseng etwem. Wonga waye nananom. Wonga wowi nerankwan. Munni wanga echi munso onsem. Na yemfe nije nkofa akwereko. Nyankopon nchankwan ene odo na Yesusu. Yedamase.
Ashe. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And hopefully looking forward to seeing you a little later. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Part two.
Yes.
Yes, we're looking for part 2.
Yes, Chief
Okay.
Montana, I'm so, I'm so glad to hear what's going on in your neck of the woods. Most grateful.
Oh, thank you. And I want to say something really quick. Like my sincere condolences go out to Auntie Jean. I had no clue that your father passed.
Thanks. Give thanks.
You know, yeah, if you don't mind, like there are prayers that we do for people who transition, and I never do them without permission. And so
you have my permission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just when you get a chance, just if you could WhatsApp me like your father's name.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
See you.
Arthur, look forward to the pyramid.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Dawn. Bye.
Thank you. Cheers.
No, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Learned so
family.
much.
Bye, family.
Bye. That's cool.
How do I get off?
Stop the recording. We can.
You just press end, and then it will say leave meeting.
Yeah, you gotta see end to press it though, Auntie Jean.
End is it's in the red button usually on your right hand side at the bottom.
I see.
You see it now?
Not yet.
Are you using a tablet or a phone?
Oh gosh.
You're using a tablet or phone? That's all right. I'll end the meeting.
I'm using a laptop.
Well, you should see it at the right hand side at the bottom. It says end. It's in a red. It's a red button. No. Okay. Anyway, Sister Kasheni, I'm gonna sign off. So thank you. Absolutely. So it's obviously I wasn't supposed to go where I wanted to go.
Give thanks.
Yeah.
All right. We look forward to a little bit later. Get some rest, have something to eat and everything else.
I'll have something to eat, but I don't know about rest.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you rest, you might not wake up. So
that's right. Okay.
So you're just going to close off, yes? And the recording will stop. All right, then.
Okay, give thanks. Bye.
Bye.